A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? The Green Korea 2023 and Environment Forum will begin shortly, so please take your seats. And I'd like to ask you to change your mobile phones on a silent mode for a smoother operation. 네, 여러분들께서 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후에 저희 그린 코리아 2023 오늘 행사를 시작하겠습니다. 이른 아침부터 이렇게 또 함께 해주셔서 고맙습니다. 저희 잠시 후에 행사를 시작할 예정이니까요. 여러분 모두 착석해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 아울러서 오늘 이 행사 원활하게 잘 진행될 수 있도록 여러분들 갖고 계신 휴대전화는 진동이나 무음으로 바꿔주시면 고맙겠습니다. Korean English simultaneous interpretation is providing at today's event. So if you need it, please use the receiver on your table. The receiver on your table is powered on automatically when the earphone is plugged into the side of the receiver, and we appreciate it if you set up channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. 네, 그리고 오늘 행사는요, 동시 통역 서비스가 제공이 됩니다. 한국어, 영어 전달이 될 예정인데요. 지금 테이블 위에 놓여져 있는 통역 수신기를 활용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 한국어는 채널 1번에 맞춰 주시면 되겠고요. 영어는 채널 2번에 맞춰 주시면 되겠습니다. This is a paperless event for environmental protection and the practice of carbon neutrality. So you should scan the QR code on the back of the name tag and download the digital program book. So I hope you understand that. 네, 그리고 오늘 행사는 환경 보호와 탄소 중립을 실천하기 위해서 페이퍼리스로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 참석자분들께서는 배부를 받으신 네임택 뒷면에 보시면은요 QR 코드가 나와 있어요. 그래서 QR 코드를 스캔하시면 여러분들께서는 오늘 디지털 프로그램 북을 다운로드 받으실 수가 있습니다. 저희가 따로 유인물 어떤 프로그램 북을 만들지 못한 점 양해 부탁드리겠고요. 여러분들의 협조 부탁드리겠습니다. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you all and thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedules to the Green Korea 2023 and Environment Forum. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kim Yeonjin. I'm your MC for today's occasion. It is my great honor and my pleasure to greet you all. Thank you. Under the agenda of pioneering carbon neutral cities, locally led initiatives and global strategies, today's event will be largely divided into an integrated session in the morning and a split session in the afternoon. First, the integrated session in the morning will be held by integrating the stateroom and the queen room as it is now. And in the case of the split session in the afternoon, the stateroom and the queen room are divided. So session A will be held in the queen room in the back side, and session B will be held in the stateroom in front side. So please remind this and move to the room of the each sessions after lunch. Before we get started, this event in full swing, today we have honorable guests, so I would like to introduce each one of them. So when I call their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. And if you're introduced, please stand up and greet the participants behind you. First, we have Chang-Hoon Lee, President of KEI. Please welcome him. Thank you. And then we have Hyung-Soo Park, President of the Seoul Institute. Thank you for joining us. Next, I'd like to introduce Maria Castillo Fernandez, EU Ambassador to Korea. Thank you. Next is Frank Riis-Berman, Director General of GGGI. Okay, he will come here later. And then we have Hogan Park, President of Incheon Institute. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Jin Kwon-hyun, President of Gangwon Institute. Thank you. We have Young-ho Park, President of Daegu Policy Institute. He is here with us. Thank you. Next, Jung Seok-choi, President of Korea Environmental Policy and Administration Society, is here with us. And then we have Nam-ho Lee, President of Jeonbuk Institute. Please welcome him. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Sang-hoon Byun, President of Ulsan Research Institute. Thank you. Next, Young-jin Kim, President of Daejeon Sejong Research Institute. He's here with us. Not yet. Okay. All right. I'd like to introduce the Elian Leicano, Executive Director, Union of Local Authorities of the Philippine Secretariat, is here with us. Thank you. And then Ganbold Basangjov, Head of UNSCAP East and Northeast Asia Office, is here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Yasuka Kataoka, City Task Force Program Director, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Yeah, will become. Thank you. So many other people attended here today, but please understand that we couldn't introduce each one of them due to time constraints. And once again, thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedules. Firstly, there will be an opening remarks from Chang-hoon Lee, President of KEI. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming him.
Good morning, distinguished guests and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 2023 KEI Green Korea Pioneering Carbon Neutral Cities, Locally Led Initiatives and Global Strategies. We are honored to have everyone joining us today for this critical discussion on carbon neutral cities. Thank you especially for coming to the event at a so earlier time. I would like to express my deep aid Secretary General of United Nations Ban Ki-moon, the Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government Oh Se-hoon, and the Minister of Environment Hwan Ha-jin for delivering congratulatory remarks via video despite their busy schedules. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation for the Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of Korea, Maria Castillo Fernandez, Director General of Global Green Growth Institute, Frank Riesberman, President of Seoul Institute, Park Hyung-soo, President of Incheon Institute, Park Ho-gun, President of Daegu Policy Institute, Park Yang-ho, President of Gangwon Institute, Hyunjin Kwon, President of Ulsan Research Institute, Hyun Sang-hun, President of Daejeon Sejong Research Institute, Kim Young-jin, President of Jeonbuk Institute, In Han-mo, and President of Korean Environmental Policy and Administration Society, Choi Jong-seok. I also extend my warm welcome to all speakers and experts participating in this event through presentations and discussions. Your generous dedication of valuable time with us is highly appreciated. I also want to express my appreciation to all those participating in this forum today for your keen interest and enthusiastic commitment to sustainable cities in pursuit of carbon neutrality. Today, we gather at a critical juncture in our shared commitment to combat climate crisis, recognizing carbon neutrality as humanity's most ultimate response. Cities worldwide are embarking on the transformative journey towards carbon neutrality, as shown in various global initiatives, including Cities Race to Zero, UN Race to Zero, C40, Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, Covenant of Mayors, ICLAI, and others. We aim to make this forum a pivotal platform for collaboration and knowledge sharing in the pursuit of pioneering climate resilient cities. I want to emphasize the significance of bottom-up and community-driven initiatives. Today, 6 regional research institutes of the Republic of Korea have gathered in this place. We anticipate presentations on innovative strategies currently being pursued for carbon neutrality, with the hope of collectively exploring directions for the future. Additionally, we encourage gaining insight from the ongoing global strategic plans for creating carbon neutral cities and community-driven implementation of carbon neutrality. Furthermore, we look forward to insightful discussions on the importance of utilization of international standardization of indicators for carbon neutral cities. Today, let us embrace the opportunity to collaborate, share knowledge, and inspire innovative solutions through this forum. Together, we can pave the way for a sustainable future where leads the charge in climate mitigation and the creation of carbon neutral cities around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. He expressed his gratitude to all of you who joined us despite your busy schedules, and he also emphasized the meaning of this event. So I hope you grasp some ideas through this event. Thank you. And then there will be welcoming remarks from Hyung-soo Park, president of the Seoul Institute. So I'd like to invite him to the podium. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까? 이번 포럼을 공동으로 개최하는 우리 서울연구원의 박형수 원장입니다. 오늘 그린 코리아 2023 포럼에 참석해 주신 우리 내빈과 우리 전문가 여러분 모두를 환영합니다. 또 특히 바쁜 일정에도 불구하고 우리 소중한 우리 영상 축사를 보내주신 우리 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장님과 또 오세훈 서울시장님 그리고 한화진 우리 환경부 장관님께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또 우리 기조연설을 맡아주신 우리 리즈버만 우리
Also, my special remarks my special appreciation goes to Director General of GGGI, Mr. Frank Reisman, and the EU Ambassador, Ms. Maria Fernandez, for your keynote speeches. Most of all, I'd like to thank all the presidents of the regional institutes and the researchers in today's event under the theme of locally led carbon neutrality. When we talk about carbon neutrality, we always say and hear that regions are important. So cities and regions are where greenhouse gas emission reductions and low carbon infrastructure transition actually take place. Globally and domestically, cities and regions already are implementing various policies and projects to achieve meaningful outcomes. The central government also supports locally led initiatives to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality. However, I think Korea needs an improvement in administrative and financial system to fully support locally led carbon neutrality initiatives. So today, various innovative technologies, creative projects, and ways to make institutional arrangements and expansion in finance to implement carbon neutrality will be discussed. So I believe that this is very meaningful. Last year, regional researchers in Korea Association of Regional Development Institute signed an MOU with Korea Environment Institute. Since all regions show difference in carbon emissions, we have committed to addressing the challenges by gathering regional net zero centers with similar emissions aspects. After signing the MOU, we are continuing to conduct joint research and collaborations. In the future, it would be great if Korea Environment Institute and regional researchers can continue to have a venue for discussing effective locally led climate policies and institutional arrangements between the central and local governments and regional cooperation. So thank you, President Lee Chang-un and Korea Environment Institute staffs for preparing today's event. And I'd like to once again thank all the experts and distinguished guests for being here with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your warm welcoming remarks. He also recreated all the people who came here. And when it comes to carbon neutrality, the role of the region is super important. So this is the meaningful place. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. And then there are honorable people who sent a video message to celebrate today's event. A total of 3 VIPs sent congratulatory message. First, let's meet Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations on the screen. Please give your attention to the screen.
Dr. Chang-hoon Lee, President of Korea Environment Institute, KEI, President Hyung-soo Park of Seoul Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to KEI and the Seoul Institute for the successful convening of the 2023 Green Korea and Environmental Forum. It is indeed a privilege for me to join you at this international conference entitled Pioneering Carbon Neutral Cities, Locally Led Initiatives and Global Strategies. We are here today with immense gratitude and hope as we come together to address one of the most critical challenges of our times, the climate crisis. This conference brings together prominent researchers from Korea and abroad. They will explore how cities and regions around the world can achieve carbon neutrality and embark on a green transition. Climate change is a profound and urgent global problem that knows no borders and spares no region. The effects of this crisis are already visible, from rising sea levels and more frequent and severe natural disasters to the disruption of our ecosystems and loss of biodiversity. It is a stark reminder of the urgency of our mission. Cities and regions are at the forefront of this struggle. They are both the source of a significant proportion of greenhouse gas emissions and the vanguard of innovative solutions. The serious consequences of climate change are a direct result of the greenhouse gases produced by our urban areas. But it is also within these urban centers that the potential to mitigate and adapt to climate change lies. Through our collective efforts, we have demonstrated our commitment to change the course of our planet's future. The steps we are taking to reduce emissions, switch to clean energy sources, and promote sustainable practices are nothing short of commendable. The Sustainable Development Goals are not only ambitious, they are essential for the well-being of present and future generations. Cities and regions hold the key to transformative change. They are hubs of innovation where collaboration between governments, business, and civil society can drive progress. They have shown that local action can have a global impact. By setting an example, we will inspire nations and regions around the world to follow suit. Our work on decarbonization, climate change adaptation, and resilient communities is an integral part of a more sustainable and equitable future. Let us remember that the future we build today will shape the world for generations to come. The severity of climate change demands that we should take immediate and comprehensive action. It requires us to work together across borders and boundaries, just as you are doing here today. And therefore, I hope you will make the most out of this opportunity to share your knowledge and ideas on carbon neutral city initiatives, directions, and strategies, taking into account of global trends and technological advances. And you can also discuss on the establishment of international standards and frameworks to ensure consistency and accountability. Having said this, I extend my heartfelt congratulations again to all of you for your dedication and leadership in the quest of carbon neutrality and the green transition. Our commitments are a beacon of hope for our planet, and they can inspire us all. Together, we can and we must safeguard our shared home and create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world for all. Finally, I hope this conference serves as a catalyst for the transformative change we so urgently need. Thank you. Shukran jazilan.
Would you please give him a big round of applause? Thank you for watching, and thank you very much for sending an impressive video message, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. And then we will listen to another congratulatory message from Sehun Oh, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government. So, ladies and gentlemen, please look at the screen once again.
반갑습니다. 서울시장
Good morning,
오세훈입니다.
I'm Oh Se-hun, the mayor of Seoul.
2023년 KEI
Congratulations on hosting the Green Korea 2023.
의미 있는 포럼을 준비해 주신
I sincerely thank President Lee Chang-hoon of KEI for preparing a meaningful forum, and President Park Hyung-soo of Seoul Institute, and all the distinguished domestic and international experts and citizens who have joined us. Carbon neutrality has now become an unavoidable global challenge. Amid ongoing worldwide efforts for carbon neutrality, national level strategies and policy formulation for carbon reduction are emphasized more than ever. Achieving the ambitious goal of carbon neutrality requires the crucial role of densely populated urban areas with their population and infrastructure. Seoul City is also making a wide range of efforts to address energy and climate issues. Efforts include enhancing the energy efficiency of aging buildings, expanding the adoption of electric vehicles, and collaborating with companies engaged in thermal decomposition production, which is a key technology for the plastic circular economy. Additionally, next year, the city plans to launch a climate companion card to alleviate the climate crisis and household burdens. Furthermore, by 2030, there are plans to continuously increase the supply of renewable energy, such as expanding the use of geothermal energy equivalent to the capacity of one nuclear power plant facility. In this context, today's event, where domestic and international examples of overcoming the climate crisis are shared and sustainable carbon neutrality strategies are formulated, is even more welcoming and meaningful. In particular, it is highly anticipated that research institute presidents and experts from various cities and provinces are gathered to discuss regional or locally led strategies for carbon neutrality. So if you could please share your valuable insights on the role and challenges of cities in achieving carbon neutrality during today's forum, Seoul City will also review them as well to ensure that they are closely reflected in our municipal policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your congratulatory message. He talked about the efforts Seoul City is working to save energy. And then lastly, let's watch the congratulatory message video sent by Han Hwa-jin, Ministry of Environment. Would you please look at the screen?
안녕하십니까? Good morning, everyone. I'm Minister of Environment Han Hwa-jin. I sincerely congratulate on hosting of the 2023 Green Korea. First, I would like to thank KEI President Lee Chang-hoon, President Park Hyung-soo from Seoul Institute, and all other stakeholders for organizing this meaningful event. My sincere gratitude also goes to EU Ambassador to Korea, Maria Castillo-Fernandez, and Dr. Frank Reiserberman, Director General of the Global Green Growth Institute, who will give the keynote speech, and other experts and participants in the presentations and discussions. Today, 16 local research institutes in Korea and experts from international organizations have gathered together to discuss carbon neutrality, directions, and strategies at the local city level, which is greatly meaningful. Cities are known to be home to more than 50% of the world's population, and where major economic and social activities are concentrated, producing more than 70% of all greenhouse gases. Accordingly, major countries such as the European Union and Japan are making various efforts to accelerate greenhouse gas reduction at the city level. EU set a goal of 100 climate-neutral cities by 2030, and Japan 100 leading decarbonization regions supporting carbon neutrality in their regional cities. Korean government is also envisioning a new type of carbon-neutral city leadership model in which the central government, local governments, and the private sector cooperate organically, breaking away from the central government-led greenhouse gas reduction. About 80 metropolitan and local governments across the country have shown their willingness to cooperate, and next year we plan to select cities with excellent conditions as pilot cities and promote the creation of carbon-neutral cities in earnest. In this process, we will actively utilize excellent private climate technology to not only achieve carbon neutrality in the region, but also foster related industries. At today's event, I look forward to sharing various cases and information about carbon-neutral cities and discussing the direction in which the government and local private sector should move forward. The government will also actively review the opinions presented and strive to develop carbon-neutral city policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your warm remark. Before we move on to the next, we cannot miss the commemorative photo session, right? So yeah, let's have a photo time to celebrate today's event. So I'd like to ask all the VIP members to come up on the stage. 저희 기념 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 우리 귀빈분들께서는요, 네, 안내에 따라서 무대 앞쪽으로 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Would you please follow the guidance? 저희 안내에 따라서 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 괜찮나요? 카메라 상황에서. 네. Would you please look at the camera in front of you? Please smile. Smile, please. One more time. 포즈 한번 갈까요? 네. 네, please show the Korean heart. Would you please show it to us? Uh-oh. Frank Rivers. Okay. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining the photo session. You may return to your seat. 네, 고맙습니다. 이제 모두 조심히 자리로 들어가 주시면 되겠습니다. 이렇게 포토 세션까지 함께 해주셔서 진심으로 고맙습니다. Thank you. So let's move on the keynote speeches. First, Frank Riesberman, Director General of GGGI, will give us the keynote speech. So I'd like to invite him to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. 네, 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. It's a pleasure to discuss with you the challenges and opportunities for green growth and net zero in Asian cities. I've just come back from COP28, where global leaders are fighting and struggling to try and agree on what seems to be the obvious to many scientists and researchers. We have to find a way to get rid of our addiction to fossil fuel, but that is still front and center of the debate there. While I think in this room with environmental researchers, there presumably is no debate that we are in the middle of an unprecedented sustainability crisis. Not only climate change, the #1 challenge of our generation, but also large dead zones in the oceans due to our overuse of plastic. And I'm pleased that Korea will host the 5th negotiating session on the plastic treaty late next year. And of course, last year we had an important meeting in Canada on the biodiversity loss that is threatening 6th mass species extinction, and on the list of consequences of the welfare we enjoy today. So what can we do about that? Well, we believe actually in the Global Green Growth Institute, and I hope many of you here in the room today, that we do have solutions, that we do have a vision of how we could make our world more sustainable, and that together, as our President and Chairman, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, said, if we work together, there are opportunities to deliver that more sustainable future. Obviously, as is shown at COP28, that will not be easy. From our perspective at GGI, we support our member countries, and we by now have 48 member countries who have ratified our treaty, and there are other 24 countries who are in the process of ratifying that. We work with these 70-odd countries to accelerate their green transition, accelerate their adoption of these green solutions to achieve sustainability. And yes, of course, critical among that is net zero or carbon neutrality by 2050. We do that by working on policies. Policies are, of course, important, but frankly, most of our members would say their critical need is finance. It is not really that we lack solutions, but most countries find it very difficult to make available enough budget to actually implement those solutions. And coming on the heels of the pandemic, in which many countries put their hands deep, deep, deep into their national treasuries to finance the solutions to the pandemic, it's very difficult to see where the extra budget comes from. On top of that, we see all the instability in the world, the wars that divert attention and budgets to deal with those crises. But of course, the short-term crises are not going to go away. In fact, many of those instabilities we see in Africa, coup after coup in countries that are struggling to deal with droughts, with unemployment, with people that don't see a sustainable future, are only going to go up unless we deal with some of the root causes, and we believe that sustainability is a root cause for many of those insecurity issues that we see. So only dealing with the wars of today isn't going to help prevent the wars of tomorrow. I speak here for the converted, I think, among environmentalists, but yes, let's therefore look a little bit more at the kind of solutions that we believe are critical. Today I will focus more on cities, but a large part of our work actually focuses on agriculture, climate-smart agriculture, particularly in Africa and the Middle East, where I just came from, and it focuses on nature-based solutions or reducing the destruction of ecosystems, the deforestation that is going on apace. But yes, inside cities, we have a large focus, partly on green industries, which can be in cities, usually tend to be associated with cities, and then, of course, the green buildings, the waste management, the transportation, that are all both, as we would say, key challenges and key solutions. So yes, I've already said we work on policies, but then particularly on green investment services. We have the largest number of our experts are not environmental experts, but financial experts, people who can help our governments take ideas into a form that become bankable projects, and then innovative solutions. We've worked for many years on national finance vehicles, setting up green funds, setting up green banks. That is still useful work, but it's slow going, it's complicated. We find these days there's a lot more interest and a lot more push behind sustainable finance. And that is a buzzword that includes green bonds, blue bonds, even debt for nature swaps. And I'll give you a number of examples of that. We are, I think, in GGI at the forefront of developing those new innovative instruments, working closely with our partners, like the Luxembourg government, that is a center of sustainable finance, and the European Union as well. Finally, of course, there are a number of specialized institutions, the Green Climate Fund here in Korea, the Adaptation Fund, and the GEF, and others that provide dedicated funding, but a relatively small amount compared to the total requirements to deal with solutions. We do also have a special fund from the Korea government. President Moon, even though he didn't exactly come in with green as his #1 priority, I think you all know that he focused more on peace in the peninsula, but he did take a number of very important decisions for green net zero, for no longer funding coal-fired power plants internationally, and indeed the climate law was adopted under the government, and the president took the decision to have 40% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions for Korea, altogether making Korea a leader in this space that other countries are looking to both take domestic action to achieve those commitments and to provide leadership internationally, particularly in Asian countries. And indeed, we work closely with the Korean government in implementing some of the ideas that Korea has to be a leader in this space. To give you an example of one of the most important initiatives that we helped support this year, the Ecuador government was able to put in place what is still counted as the world's largest debt for nature swap. And that sounds complicated. Frankly, it is complicated. But at the heart of it was a new blue bond. So yes, our staff worked with the Ministry of Finance to issue a blue bond. That's itself a complicated process. But then we also worked with the Ministry of Environment to come up with a set of conservation commitments, in the end 19 conservation commitments, that the Ecuador government committed to as part of that blue bond, expanding the area of the Galapagos Marine Park, starting a new Hermandad neighboring marine park, more money for rangers, a whole series of measures that together counts for roughly $300 million of conservation commitments in local currency. But the bond of $600 million that was issued was used to buy back $1.6 billion worth of outstanding debt, meaning the real motivation for the Ecuador government was to reduce their debt by $1 billion and to indeed reduce their debt in terms of foreign exchange by an even larger amount. So those kind of deals, while complicated, are quite promising. But they require a lot of people to work together, from ministries of environment to ministries of finance, a lot of international creditors and so on. So complicated, but potentially a very big deal. We work on another 6 of those, together worth $3.5 billion, we believe, that could come to fruition in the next year or two. Then there are a lot of opportunities for issuing innovative types of bonds. Yes, green bonds, blue bonds, sustainable bonds, sustainability-linked bonds. And this year, we believe the first adaptation or resilience bond we helped Mexican Development Bank, FIRA, implement, and that generated $250 million to support small farmers in Mexico adapt to climate change. That was put in place in about 6 months. That's a lot faster than a Green Climate Fund project. And frankly, we see the potential for scaling up this kind of work quite quickly. We have a so-called Trust Fund for Sustainable Finance funded by the government of Luxembourg, $5 million, and we've committed to mobilize $2 billion worth of green bonds for that amount of money, which is a lot more than you can get from the Green Climate Fund over the next 2 or 3 years. And we're just finalizing a similar agreement with the European Union to support their Global Green Bonds Initiative with another $5 million worth of technical assistance to mobilize $3 billion worth of that kind of sustainability funding. So I'm just trying to convince you that, if you like, there is other money. There is more money than most governments realize if we are being innovative. Of course, there's also a lot of attention for Article 6. We have a large team of people supporting particularly developing countries to get ready to be a partner for countries like Korea. Korea is not exactly the first to the market. Norway, Sweden, and a few other countries, Singapore quite aggressively, are competing with countries like Korea to buy those carbon credits, while we are supporting a group of about 14 developing countries right now to be ready, to have the right governance, the right MRV, and a pipeline of projects to sell to countries like Korea. And this is a very interesting topic. We have set up in GGI a carbon transaction facility that we believe we expect our current selling countries to put about $500 million into a number of carbon trust funds to buy ITMOs, and about $50 million into a readiness facility to build capacity and to prepare those projects so that countries, developing countries, have something to sell to countries like Korea. So all that was on finance. Let's focus a little bit on solutions. Since you are also scientists here in the room, this shows you the key solutions that we work on. We don't do a lot of research, but we do work on innovation. Generally speaking, what we work on is introducing new solutions that are new to the countries where we work. And yes, that often means countries like Korea have experience there. So a key role of ODA, including that of the Ministry of Environment, is to share knowledge, to implement those novel solutions, and of course, provide finance to do so as well. And we work like that with the Ministry of Environment and many other ministries here in Korea and KOICA, and about 30 other donor countries as well. You'll see that cities play a central role in our map of solutions, and that goes from circular economy and waste management. That would include a lot of work on plastic, sustainable mobility or electric mobility, green buildings, of course renewable energy as well, and then green industries also. So let me give you some examples of the kind of solutions that we believe can help cities that are clearly a large part of the cause of climate change and many other sustainability issues, but will also have to be the solution. Buildings. Buildings, I think, is one of the most underemphasized areas in our space. There's a lot of focus on renewable energy. I won't say too much about that today, but it is possible to have, in the end, net zero buildings, but we need to build them. And I'm still surprised how few, if you like, certified buildings there are in Seoul. There are some, and how little emphasis there is by governments generally to focus on energy efficiency and focus on, if you like, green buildings. We did one project in Mongolia, the world's coldest country, I think, in winter, where there are a lot of Soviet time apartment buildings where there's almost zero insulation and where people manage their temperature by opening the windows because there's a constant oversupply of heat in winter, most of which is generated through dirty coal. So we have a project that is funded by what used to be called the NAMA facility, a combination of German and a few other donors, that will actually put up an innovative financial solution, a revolving fund that helps renovate, rehabilitate the energy efficiency of these buildings, and then the savings on the energy bill from the users is put into the fund to then renovate the next group of buildings. Those kind of solutions, I think, could be replicated in various countries. And in fact, we have a just started green buildings program in 5 Asian countries, funded in this case by the German government through their ENG climate program, to try and indeed share the kind of experience among countries on how the building sector could be greened. It's a huge job, but there are many opportunities in this space, I think, including for Korea, which has maybe not so many green buildings, but definitely a lot of technologies that could be used in this space. Transportation, of course, and yes, we have hydrogen cars in this country, a lot of electric cars. I think the car companies in Korea are definitely catching up in this space, and we see a lot of countries that are interested to move their transportation sector to more sustainable use. It's complicated because it doesn't help to have electric cars if that electricity is generated from coal, but if you have both investments in renewable energy and in charging infrastructure and in the buses or in cars and scooters that are critical, then you can deal with climate and, of course, what we call the yellow dust or air pollution problem here in this country, and which is critical in almost every Asian city, unfortunately. From Ulaanbaatar to Delhi, the problem is worse than Seoul, and the people are often much less aware, let alone that they actually wear the masks that we have become used to here in Seoul. So we have a pretty comprehensive strategy in GGI supporting countries from policy to, in the end, buying electric buses and things like that. In places that you see here, in 17 countries, we help countries get national mobility strategies, like in Nepal, and then eventually come up with partnerships to actually introduce either directly buying electric buses, which is quite a popular solution, or coming up with sustainable finance solutions so that bus owners can buy electric buses. I wanted to mention here that just about now, we have the kickoff project of our first project with the Ministry of Environment of Korea to introduce electric buses e-mobility solutions in Bali as a pilot project, if you like, for the large country of Indonesia, where we will work with a number of Korean partners over the next few years to introduce both policies and pilot solutions for electric mobility, a key area that I can only see grow in the years to come. Moving on, waste and circular economy is another huge area. It is important for many reasons, for, of course, plastic reasons also, for the methane emissions from landfills. And we have a very nice project in Laos that is quite a holistic project, from working with school children to encourage them to recycle, to introducing small electric garbage trucks that can get into the small streets to increase the collection rate, to having recycling centers and composting centers in Laos. Of course, that's not very advanced technology, but it's introducing a fairly holistic solution to waste management that in the end should lead to no more landfills. There are still too many landfills built. When the landfill is full, that usually is when the government says there's a crisis. And usually then there are donors that are still willing to fund these expensive and controversial solutions like landfills. Nobody wants them in their backyard. Nobody wants to pay for them. And in the end, they don't really work. Too much stuff seeps back into the environment, and we don't really need them. There are alternatives, full recycling, and indeed mechanical and biological treatment that basically generates refuse-derived fuel is a simple solution that works for developing countries. And we've shown in Laos and Cambodia that you split the collected waste in an organic fraction to be gasified to biogas, and most of the plastic can be turned into RDF that can go to a cement plant and be used instead of coal. So there are relatively low-tech solutions that are actually either commercially attractive if countries have a decent tipping fee, or need some form of subsidy if they don't charge for getting rid of waste at the moment. That, I think, is something that we'll be doing in many countries. And again, we have a very nice project just started to share that kind of experience among ASEAN countries. And that, I'm pleased to say, is funded by Korea through the ASEAN-Korea Cooperation Fund. And we have some nice projects. I'm listing this here because it's Korean funded in Uganda, even though there, if you like, the state of technology is super simple, but it is worth trying to spread these solutions far beyond the Korean borders, let's say like that. I'm just listing this other project here because waste management and recycling often can also generate quite a few green jobs. The first photo I showed to you on my presentation, people think it's people wearing masks for the pandemic, but they're actually garbage sorters, people who recycle in a very simple way the garbage, and that can have more decent jobs through programs like these. Moving on, my final point I wanted to make here is that there are a lot of nature-based solutions for cities. There are some here in Seoul, of course, and indeed we work with other countries to, for instance, in Rwanda, introduce what most inhabitants would think of as their first urban park, but it's actually a rehabilitated wetland that will act as a sponge for absorbing floods. And we work on similar projects in quite a few Asian cities as well. You started in Vientiane, for instance. And I believe there's a lot more scope for these kind of nature-based solutions to deal particularly with the floods and at the same time provide more of a green heart into the cities that will provide immediate benefits for their inhabitants. I'm just listing this last project, not because it's urban, but because it's the other project funded by the Ministry of Environment that we'll start on in the coming year, if the National Assembly approves the budget next week or so, I would hope. A project to introduce both climate early warning systems and then flood and drought management techniques in Central Asia, particularly Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. We're very pleased to work with the different parts of the Korean government, from the Ministry of Environment to GPAS and K-Water, on this project in the years to come. So my conclusions, We are living through an unprecedented sustainability crisis, and cities are both cause and will have to be the solution. But I'm not pessimistic in the sense that there are innovative and commercially attractive or almost commercially attractive green growth solutions. But the critical bottleneck is indeed finding sustainable finance. Too many people are looking for the Green Climate Fund, and there are a range of other options that we collectively can explore and scale up and accelerate. Yes, and within green cities, I've tried to show to you, green buildings, I think, is an under-emphasized solution. Sustainable transportation is still new to many places, but can speed up rapidly. Waste management is never popular, but should get a lot more attention, hopefully if we have a plastic treaty next year. And finally, nature-based flood management is, I think, a solution that has many co-benefits for inhabitants in the future and today. So thank you. GDGI is very pleased to work with many Korean ODA partners, including the Korean Environmental Institute and the Ministry of Environment on sustainable city solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge and the information about the GGGI. Thank you. So next, we have another keynote speech. I'd like to invite Ms. Maria Castillo Fernandez, U.S. Ambassador to Korea. She will give us a keynote speech. So please welcome her.
안녕하세요. 여러분, friends of the Korean Environment Institute and the Seoul Institute, many thanks to both President Lee and President Park for inviting me, and happy to share the keynote speech space with Frank. It's always a pleasure. I'm very happy to see so many Korean research institutes network that have been always actively engaged in locally lead green solutions. So this is a key priority for our work also in the climate agenda in Korea. Let me start a little bit with a couple of words on this special year for Europe and Korea. We celebrate our our 60 years of relations and partnerships. And it has been a relation that has evolved with a very strong cooperation framework. We have three major agreements that allowed us also to have, a type of dialogue also on environment, climate issues. We have the framework agreement for political relations and sectorial cooperation. And I remember many years ago when I started in Korea, in my first posting here, we were starting to discuss, and that was in 2005, we were just starting to discuss environment. You had a very small Ministry of Environment. I don't know if KE existed at that time, but it was so difficult. It was like very rare. Why it was not a priority at all. So things have evolved immense. We also had a very strong free trade agreement and our crisis, what we call the crisis management cooperation. And these three agreements that made Korea was the first Asian partner with whom we had all this big framework, which allow us to have more than 40 working groups in all areas of work. And as Frank said, now everything is about sustainability. So we try to put sustainability in all the different works that we have, even from security to environment to trade, sustainable trade. And our free trade agreement has been also at the bulk of at the heart of our relation here, but it has allowed, and it still allows also the possibility for green solutions. And I think there is enormous space there for better potential on all this green agenda and green transition. You have all mentioned we are living in very, very challenging geopolitical tensions and fractions. a very fragmented world with a lot of international competition. We have, not only the war in Ukraine and the deteriorated situation in the Middle East, you have here tensions on the Korean Peninsula. And we saw, and you came just, Frank, from COP28, how difficult it is to find an agreement, how difficult it is to find consensus this year. And at the end, we just perhaps get very minimum solutions. So it is a very challenging context where there is no solution but to cooperate collectively. So there's no alternative, and to try to deal with this unprecedented crisis that you've mentioned of both climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and at the same time how we look at all the tensions and divisions that we see spreading, many of them, as you mentioned, because of climate roots and climate problems. In these very challenging times, I think the partnership we have with Korea as a like-minded partner, a partner where we share values and common goals, and it's certainly more meaningful. And even in this area, and with you, we need to collaborate more closely and try to make a difference. We had on the 22nd of May, we had our big 10th Korea EU summit. We had the two European leaders coming here. And it was meaningful because I think we did negotiate a very long statement. Sometimes you say all these documents, do they have value? They do. They permit us afterwards implement it and be here with you. They expanded the scope and ambition of this strategic partnership. And what was more important for us here today is that we looked and we launched and we made the commitment to redouble efforts for both the follow-up of our relation, which is our green and digital partnership. I think this twin transition that we all have to go, and your cities have to go, and you are at the forefront of these efforts. It's green and digital, and they are all mixed. It's innovation, and you cannot separate them. So it's very meaningful that we have decided to go with these two parallel partnerships and to work closer. And let me just mention a bit of each of them. The EU-Korea Green Partnership, we will soon have the first working group at the beginning of the year on environment, climate, and energy, and implementing this partnership. I would recommend to all the Korean environmental institutes to have a look at it, because there is space for working together. It enables Korea and Europe to step up our cooperation on environment protection and promote clean and justice energy transition. It supports our respective Green Deals. Europe has a Green Deal which has put legally binding our ambitions, not only for reduction of net zero emissions around the corner, 2030, 55%. This is 6 years from now. Before I said 7, now I'm going to say 6. We are in 2024 nearly. So 6 years is nothing. So how are we going to do it? You will see an enormous pressure of public opinion, cities, communities, to our politicians to move further. So there will be an enormous push in the next 6 years to come on solutions in this regard, and legislation and implementation of the legislation. We are also going to work supporting, of course, together developing countries in the Indo-Pacific. Frank mentioned some of the projects we have. I see here some participants from ASEAN countries, and with whom we are going to work very, very closely. We are also going to work on aligning our respective policies and regulations on carbon pricing, very important. You will hear the CBAM, but the CBAM is not bad for Korea. It's trying to make an effort to avoid carbon pricing leakage in many countries, and it will push many countries to move. Korea could also move on the KTS, which you haven't finalized it. So it is a good solution for all of us. but also batteries, plastic. Let's see if we manage the plastic deal. And also more supply chain resilience, but also just and clean energy transition. The energy transition is something Korea has also to accelerate. We always speak about renewables, yes, but the 6% that you have is still very, very low, and you need to push that up. And I think that new cities have a very big say in finding solutions and pushing this bottom-up approach that in Korea is normally top-down, and you need to push it and make a difference. But also important energy efficient, and Frank mentioned the buildings. I agree 100%. Korea could do so much. I mean, you are building so much, but you could do so much on energy efficient buildings, and there it's you. Cities who have a say. So there is an enormous area where you can do things. Our digital partnership, as I said, goes also together with the Green Partnership. It addresses infrastructure skills, an important area skills. We will need more green skills. We will need more digital skills for new people, for new jobs, new opportunities. So how we can also give the necessary skill up of training, of jobs for the new generation, very important. Working on artificial intelligence, high performance computing, quantum, but mainly also data protection, which is important also for our green solutions. Without something that for both partnership is very important is innovation and research. So all these solutions, yes, you need money, but you need also innovation. And we have to go hand in hand with our big innovation and research program, Horizon Europe, which is the largest research program globally, 95.5 billion euros for a 7-year period until 2027. And we are already negotiating with Korea to make Korea an associated country to the Horizon Europe agreement. Hope we can do it next year, finalize it, and then from 2025, you will be participate in equal terms with entities in EU countries. This is the closest form of international cooperation in research, and there Europe and Korea still have to go more hand in hand in all the innovations that are necessary for this transition. For example, even the UK, after Brexit, they really wanted to come back to the Horizon Europe program because they felt completely out of the whole research and innovation network that is very big in Europe. So it was very necessary. So hope that there is a program for green and smart transition in the Horizon Europe. So hope we can also benefit from that. But finally, different city cooperation. And you have all been listening a lot about cities. I think that acting locally brings the local climate action is for me very important. And I have been, speaking a lot about cities in many events during my 3 years here. I think that you are at the forefront in Korea, particularly, in all over the world. But in Korea, you're really at the forefront of all the implementation of the net zero agenda and the climate agenda. In Europe, cities only take 4% of our land area, but they are home to 75% of the European citizens. And here you have seen in different statistics, cities consume 65% of the world's energy and amount to more than 70% of the global CO2 emissions. So recognizing the importance of cities is so important at the same time. We have been investing a lot in our city-to-city smart and sustainable solutions. I want you really to look at one of the big actions, which is called the Mission on Climate Neutral and Smart Cities. The objective that is what Minister Han has mentioned. Deliver 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, so in 6 years, and then follow suit for until 2050. And this is, they are innovation hubs, so I will certainly, we will look for 100 cities in Europe, but there will also be cities of partners of Horizon Europe. So if Korea becomes associated member of Horizon Europe, some of the Korean cities could be part of this project. So this is very important. It's a grant funding for a variety of topics, zero emissions mobility, clean energy districts, urban cleaning, greening and renaturing, one of the solutions that you were mentioning, Frank, and tailor-made assistance, you know, together with communities and city management. So please look at this. It is something that I think for your cities will be important. We have been funding from Korea, projects that facilitate city-to-city cooperation. I have been in Incheon to link Incheon with Berlin in one of our projects. I have been in Sejong city, I don't see Sejong here, in Seoul, of course, in Gangwon. I have been there. Remember your forest, very, very good forest event that you had during the summer, how much attraction that brought, and I was very happy to be there at the closing. But also speaking with many of the cities in many of your areas, because that's where I really feel that there is a very, you know, you want to do things, you want to make solutions. Sometimes you don't have the political framework, you don't have the legislation, you are stuck in the whole administration, as Mr. Park was mentioned, but you could make this push and make governments take solutions. In Europe, we have cities and we have very younger people who make the push. In Korea, I see more the cities doing more things than the younger. But in any case, we will not see either climate as a big thing in the elections, unfortunately. But in Europe, climate is a big topic, and every party becomes green. So the Green Party now is a bit isolated because the green policies are taken by every party. So let us work together. Also, many of you are part of the Global Convening of Majors on Climate and Energy, and we have been working also with them very, very closely. And I have still I have a new project to try to develop this green partnership, a new program which will also include best practice between Korea and European cities on green smart city innovation. So I hope that facilitating exchanges and study visits to build a better, stronger network of cities that are committed to climate neutrality. And I hope we can work together in the next months and years to make certainly Korea and European cities closer together. Before leaving, I would like you just to show you a very short video on the Horizon Europe City Mission, which I will recommend to all of you to look and then follow it up for the future. Thank you.
Today I woke up early. It was so hot that I couldn't sleep. We got into our car. I get so bored there. I can't even open the windows. We finally got to school, but if we could just play outside. But what if we lived in a different city? What if my house was different? What if we could fly to school? And what if we could play outside. Is this a dream? I'd rather think this is a mission. Actually, it's our mission. Our mission, green cities. By and for the citizens. Did you know that 80% of European citizens live in cities? So jump on board.
So I hope you all have the same mission, our mission, Green Cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your impressive speech. Yeah, that's wonderful. And well, did you have a cup of coffee in the morning? Not yet? Did you? Yeah, so why don't you have a break time for about 10 minutes from now, and then we're going to move on the round table after 10 minutes later. So yeah, maybe the outside of the room, there will be a coffee and some beverage and the cookies over there, so please enjoy it. And we will begin the next program at 10:40 a.m. So see you soon. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the roundtable session. So, would you please take your seats? Yeah, time flew so fast, right? Yeah, the stage is ready. So, I'd like to invite the 5 speakers, the 5 panelists, to the stage. Yeah, we're going to talk about the innovation and action for carbon neutrality under the moderator Chang-Hoon Lee, president of KEI. He will lead this session. Yes, so the floor is yours.
안녕하세요. 다시 인사드리겠습니다.
Hello
환경연구원
everyone,
이창훈
nice to see you all.
원장입니다.
I am the president of the KEI. Welcome to Green Korea 2023 online offline. We had 2 keynote speeches today. And GGGI Director General talked about the GGGI leading projects and activities. And the EU ambassador, Ms. Fernandez, talked about the EU projects and Horizon 2000, which is a scientific development project. She emphasized the participation in the project. And Dr. Frank Leisberman came back to Korea from COP28 yesterday. He was in the same plane as mine. Originally, the negotiation was supposed to be ended. However, the draft about the fossil fuels is still under negotiation. That means the response to the climate change and the limiting the global temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius is very difficult to complete. However, there are many controversies and opinions depending on such situations. In this roundtable, we pursue the carbon neutrality as the Central Research Institute. However, all the initiatives and activities should be implemented at the local level. So we cannot ignore the characteristics of each regions and areas. So today, we have 5 prestigious policymakers and experts and advisors from the local research institute, and also we have the international panelist from the UNESCO, and also we have the executive director from the Union of the Local Authorities of the Philippines Secretariat. Right next to me, we have the Park Ho-gun, the president of the Incheon Institute. He was the minister of the science of ICT before. He is the prestigious leader of the science and ICT. So please welcome Mr. Park Ho-gun from the Incheon Institute with a big round of applause. And next, we have Hyun Jin-kwon, the president of the Gangwon Research Institute. He was also the president of the Gangwon University. And last year, he became the Gangwon Research Institute president. And he is contributing to the Gangwon Special Province. So please welcome Mr. Hyun with a big round of applause. And next, we have the Park Yang-ho, the president of the Daegu Policy Institute. I believe that you are aware of him a lot. He is also in He was the president of the CRIS twice, and now he is the president of the Daegu Policy Institute. Please welcome him with a big round of applause again.
다음은
And right next to him, we have
리케이노
Aileen Licano, Ms. Aileen Licano.
필리핀 그 로컬
She is executive director of the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines Secretariat. She is in charge of the legislation and the policy making, and now she is an executive director. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And lastly but least, we have Mr. Gambolt Bazanov. He is a long friend of mine.
대한민국 주재 몽골 대사를 역임하셨습니다.
He was the Mongolian ambassador to Korea, and now he is the head of the UNESCO East and Northeast Asia office. Especially, he is interested in the environmental issues, working with us for a long time. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
그 오늘 라운드테이블은
Today's roundtable
조금 제가 질문을 드려보도록 하겠습니다.
will consist of the two questions.
진행하는 데 있어서 지역 특성이 굉장히 중요한데요.
The characteristic of local area is very important in the carbon neutrality. The local research institutes
과 관련된 규제나 온실가스 감축에 있어서
are working
특성들과
to consider all the elements for the implementation of the carbon neutrality. So you must have challenges and difficulties. So I will ask about that first, and then after the one round of the question, we will listen from the local area what kind of activities do they have, and what kind of innovative solution they have. And the local research institute can talk about their roles and responsibilities in the area too. So for the foreign panelists,
담당하고 있는 지역에 있어서 특성과
we will ask you the characteristic of your each area, like UNESCO or in the Philippines. First, let me ask the question two.
나이스는 아니고요.
It is not the order of age.
그 박호근 원장
Please remember. I will ask Mr. Park Ho-gun about the characteristic of Incheon for the carbon neutrality and what kind of difficulties or challenges do they have. Hello, everyone. I'm sure that it is not the order of age at all. And the Mr. Lee Ho-gun, I think I'm just sitting right next to him. That's why. So as the first panelist, I'm so honored to speak to you today. Let me tell you the situation of Incheon first. Incheon's emission is around 7,480 tons. And most of them are the generation. It's around 57.9%. And it is 433 million. I'm sorry. And the next is the industry, because we have 3 industrial complex, and 9 the local industrial complex. And in addition to that, we are building the more industrial complex. So maybe the greenhouse gas will go on continuously if the situation not changed. So it's around 18.3% of the emission from the the industry. So all combined, it's around 72.6%, and the rest of them consist of the buildings and agriculture and the waste, which is dealt by the local governments. So it's around 27.8%. So generation and the development and the industry is around 4/3, and the rest of them are the 1/4. And the greenhouse gas emission in the generation is because we have the LNG power plant and the power generation facilities. We are providing the electricity to the Seoul metropolitan government. So all the amount of the electricity coming from this plant is just producing the 2.5% for the Incheon. So the Incheon is in control of producing the electricity for the Seoul. That's why we have the greenhouse gas emission from the generation a lot. And you must know that the Incheon has the Incheon International Airport, and we also have the Incheon Port. So the greenhouse gas from these transportation and 3 industrial complex and 9 industrial complex, due to all those facilities, Incheon produce a lot of the greenhouse gases. And Incheon is also known as the marine industry complex. So that's why we have a lot of greenhouse gas emission. And now, Mayor Yoo Jong-bok took the office again 8 times. Took the office. He is the 8 times elected congressman, and he declared that the carbon neutrality of the Incheon the 5 years earlier than expected. So now we are very concerned how we can achieve that goal. But the problem is the generation and industry is in charge of the central government, but building and transport, agriculture, and the waste are under the charge of the local government. So by 2045, even though we achieve the goal, all the transportation in the airport and the generation and the industrial, all the issues is difficult to be completed. So we need assistance and the authority from the central government. Another thing I'd like to emphasize is that Incheon Industrial Complex accommodate not a big conglomerates, but the small and medium-sized companies. Recently, the EU calculated the carbon indicators and set the goal for the emission. Without that, they cannot make any export. However, the SMEs in Incheon do not have any capacity to respond to this kind of the EU situation. So the carbon adjustment tax and the IUB is a difficult goal to achieve as now for the Incheon city. Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. So he talked about the situation of Incheon, and he talked about the situation of Incheon, which hosts the big generation power plant and the industrial complex. And Mr. Park said that the Seoul is near from Incheon, and has the last name, which was born from the Incheon, so I feel very closer to Incheon too. Now we have the special province law just in effect. So now the Gangwon province is leading the locally led initiatives and the global strategies. So I'd like to ask some opinion from the Mr. Hyun. Hello, everyone. I'm the president of the Gangwon Research Institute. So Gangwon province became the Gangwon self-special province in June, which getting high attention from other people. From that moment, people believe that the Gangwon province will have the autonomy in terms of the policy making, but nothing changed actually. But for example, like the environmental impact assessment policy or those kind of small things are happening. We just have the big principle to go forward in the future. So when we talk about the environment, the roles of the local government is much bigger than the role of the central government. But we have a different definition of the principle. So in the greetings and the welcoming speech, people said that we have all the presidents from the local research institute. We are not the government. We are the groups, like organization, the local groups or local entities. So I believe that this kind of a term shows that how we have a different stance about the entities. But we are now becoming the Gangwon local government, and Incheon is also the local government. But Seoul is also the local government. Many people think that the Seoul is the central government, but the Seoul is also the local government. So wording itself should get away from the local government or the local entities, because maybe that's because of the law, but we have to change the legislation, I think. So we have all the head of the head of the research institutes. So I'd like to ask you to change the wording to the Gangwon government or the Incheon government. Gangwon province is pushing hard for the energy. We have renewable energy projects, which is around 22% of the self-providing the renewable energy, which is 3 times higher than the average of other area. And also, the Seoul Metro government has not sufficient power generation, but the Gangwon province has the self-provision of the power generation around 173%, which means we have a lot of power generation in Gangwon province. Gangwon government, if Gangwon government can utilize this on its own, it can be a great asset to help other province. But we have the uniformed electricity price and tariff across the nation. So with these beautiful and the wonderful the asset of the power generation, we are not using that for our self.
So Gangwon-do, we need to develop more, but we have competitive advantage because we have cement industry. And in the East Sea, as we have higher income, there are more tourists coming to the eastern coast of Gangwon province. So according to the survey, we found out that Gangwon province is the most highly visited tourist destination. So we have great nature, but that can cause also pollution issues as well. In this regard, we have to come up with a policy. But I mean, the central government actually comes up with some sort of issues that we need to solve. But the solutions for those issues, I mean, we don't have a lot of tools at hand. So for talking about environmental issues, we need to think more of the authority between the local government and the central government. When you talk about advanced countries like EU or Switzerland, we benchmark those countries. For Switzerland, they have the Ministry of Environment, but there's also like the Ministry of Environment only takes care of the macro environmental issues, but the micro environmental issues are taken care of by the local governments. And for the education, there is no minister. The local governments have their own authority over education in Switzerland. So they have very different roles. between central and local government. So if you look at the environment, Gangwon province, we have a lot of meaning and we have a lot of significance in Korea in terms of the environment. Gangwon province is huge, but we have the justification, but maybe we cannot do many things about the environment. And one more is that we have hydrogen industry in the eastern coast. We have the hydrogen cluster. We have Samcheok in eastern coast. So the central government actually set up the cluster. So they actually prepare those. We prepared. So we actually prepared like a pitch to say that Samcheok has advantage. But the environmental issues caused by those setting up those clusters. But the environmental impact, we cannot set up our own policies because the authority is owned by the central government. So since Gangwon is now a special province, in Jeonbuk, we changed the name to state. So we have more independence. So I think the central government should try to arrange more authorities. And that is one of the biggest challenges for the policy. So this is it for my remark. Thank you. Gangwon province has beautiful nature, and for Sokcho city, I love the mountains and the sea, so I actually want to retire and live in that city. So for keeping that environment, in order to have locally led activities, local governments should have more authorities. So thank you so much for your remark. Next is Mr. Park Yang-ho, the president of Daegu Policy Institute. And President Park, as I have introduced, he was working at the Institute of Ministry and Land, and we had collaborated a lot on development and research. At that time, he was also very interested, and he knew that development and environment should go hand in hand. So right now, he's the president of Daegu Policy Institute, and he's in charge of local development. So can you share the status of carbon neutrality in Daegu, and also can you share the challenges that you face in your cities? Okay, thank you. Daegu Policy Institute was separated from a big institute, and it was newly established in February. So it's more specialized towards Daegu, and we can have more research into policies that can be tailored to Daegu. And we can have more comprehensive approaches, and we can set directions for Daegu. So there were many projects that were already in progress in Daegu, and the brand name was Daegu Future 50 Years Plan. And the most important one was that in 1st of July, the Gunwi County was included in Daegu, and Gunwi County was losing a lot of population, so it was included, and we needed financial support and we also needed to think of the basic pensions and education. So there are many things to support since the county was included. But it also brought on Singu Port as well. So at the airport, there was the special act on the airport that was passed, and establishing the new airport is a new project in Daegu. There's textile industry that was important in Daegu, but now we're focusing more on advanced technologies, including robotics, and that became one of the important strategies for Daegu. And there is the airports that's going to be included for both military and civil purposes, and projects related to the airport are also included in that next 50 years plan for Daegu. So all those are related to achieving carbon neutrality of Daegu. I'll come back to that issue, but the Daegu's carbon neutrality goal by 2030, we have to reduce 30% of the current emissions, and by 2040, we have to reduce 70%, and by 2050, we have to achieve net zero. But in 2016, our carbon emissions was around 18 million tons. And in 2020, we were able to reduce it to 16 million tons. It was about 10% reduction. And for the past 4 years, we were able to reduce 10% of it. We put a lot of efforts to reduce that level. So we had more trains, but we had less population, so maybe we had less emissions, 10% less emissions in the 4 years. So we thought that we could actually meet the goal by 2040. We have less population, thus less emission. However, we had Kunwi province, a county that was included, so there were more waste and emissions. So I want to know, we have to see what happens to the emission levels. And we also have 70 to 80% of emissions from the buildings. And because of the climate change, the average temperature has increased 2.3 degrees compared to 100 years ago. And by 2050, it's going to increase by 4 degrees. So we have to actually really prepare for the climate crisis. And we have 9 more hot days in summer, and we have hot nights. And in August, we had a heavy rain. It was unexpected heavy rain. And for Guni County, it was very pouring, and there were a lot of damages because of the flood. So that region was selected as one of the regions that we needed to be cautious of. So Daegu needs to care more of the climate issues. There are small and big complexes, about 17 industrial complexes, including textile, and those are outdated. Those are old buildings and complexes. And for those companies, they need to respond to climate change. So recently, we also are working on projects that can change the roofs of the factories into solar panels. But almost 99% of them are small companies. And attracting big companies to Daegu is also one of our missions, but changing to solar roofs, that was actually slower than we had expected. But with the central government support and Daegu support, I mean, climate change financing was really helpful. And lastly, we have a population of 2.37 million, and 45% of the housing are over 20 years old. These are very old houses, and it creates a lot of emissions, and 60% of the population live in those buildings. So we need to renovate quickly, and that is also one of the challenges that we have. We have to connect the roads and train to the new airport. So, so we have to care about the space related to the new airports. So we want to achieve climate Daegu. So this is what I want to say.
네, 감사합니다. 대구가 지금
Thank you very much. So Daegu has the military base transfer. So he talked about the climate change challenges related to that, and Daegu is the huge city, so they have the old residence building problems. And in the keynote speech, two keynote speaker emphasized that Korea is not focusing on the buildings, but about this issue, we will talk about in the second session, which will be led by the president of Greece. So next, the Alien Ricardo, the executive director of the Union of Local Authority of the Philippines, not France, I'm sorry. So the Philippines is the Korean ally, and has the very natural, friendly attitude. But still, there is the pressure of the development. So maybe you have a lot of conflict and effort between the development pressure and the public opinion. So what is the greenhouse gas status and the challenges in the Philippines?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here. And for the Philippines, the status of being vulnerable to climate change is quite natural for us because of our geographical location and our topography. So right now, we are feeling the adverse effects of climate change with the rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, and the increasing severity and frequency of the disasters that we face. So these threats pose a threat to our low-lying coastal areas in the country. Our cities are quite concerned about this, as this has implications for infrastructure, shelter, livelihood, and in general, the ecosystem of the country. So the local authorities in the Philippines are quite concerned and have recognized the urgency of addressing climate change and going to carbon neutrality. And the common strategies that we see are renewable energy integration, energy efficiency measures, and sustainable urban planning. But of course, realistically, the country is still at the start of these measures. And unlike Korea, which already has several research institutes that are really looking into these items, and you have it in all your provinces, for our country, it's still in the national government level. For the we call it the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We also have the Climate Change Commission that takes care of these climate action and moving climate change initiatives, carbon neutrality initiatives with the local government units. So the challenges that we see in the local government units and the local authorities regarding climate change action are limited resources, which hinders the implementation of sustainable initiatives for our country. The LGUs are not uniformly the same. So some are richer LGUs which already has projects for carbon neutrality and activities that they push for, while some LGUs, especially those in remote areas, would have limited capacities in terms of implementation of sustainable initiatives. We also have limited capacity building, wherein some LGUs may lack the technical experience to develop and implement effective climate action plans. Infrastructure development are at times inadequate, especially in those remote and geographically disadvantaged areas. For the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, we play a vital role in facilitating carbon neutrality in the Philippines as we advocate for supportive national policies and legislation. The ULAP is an active member of the Department of Environment in pushing forward policies. We also sit at several councils, environmental councils, biodiversity councils, and we collaborate with the Department of Environment in environmental issues and environmental concerns of local government units. So the ULAP is also partnering with local governments, international organizations, and private sector to leverage efforts in addressing climate challenges. In fact, we just recently signed a memorandum of understanding with GGGI Philippines to promote green growth cooperation in the Philippines. So for us, that's about it in terms of what the initiatives we're doing and what we have in the country and in the local government units of the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation and discussion.
네, 아주 유용한 정보 주셔서
필리핀에서 사실 필리핀은 도서 지역이라 굉장히
Yes, the Philippines is the island area which is very vulnerable to the climate crisis. So I understand that you have a sensitivity to the climate crisis, but the local governments do not have the sufficient capacity or the financial resources, the physical resources to implement those actions. I understand. Thank you very much for your comments. Now I will invite Mr. Gambold Bazanov, the head of the UNESCO East and the Northeast Office. Let me give you this question. Mr. Bazanov, your homeland is Mongolian, and you are the head of the East Asia, Northeast Asia office, which is covering the Korea and the Mongolian. So this is area where the emission is concentrated. So would you tell us the status of the emission and status of the local government, and what kind of challenges each local government has in this area?
Thank you very much, President Yi. And I really appreciate this opportunity to be part of this important discussion, because the role of research institutes very important. They can facilitate very strong evidence-based dialogue among stakeholders to influence the policy setting. And it's very timely that yesterday the COP28 just concluded. And in terms of UNESCOP, United Nations, so we are mandated to convene the governments and all stakeholders come together and to commit to certain to targets on carbon neutrality targets and enforce our resolutions and decisions while we supporting member governments and stakeholders to achieve the carbon neutrality, for example, carbon neutrality, and facilitate among governments, local governments, communities, to learn from each other. We build this very strong platforms for experience and best practices sharing. So that's the role of UNESCAP. So as far as Asia and the Pacific and Northeast Asia, so UNESCAP's the flagship report, the Asia Pacific SDG Progress Report 2022, sounded the alarm bell. The Asia Pacific region and Northeast Asia is persistently regressing on a climate SDG goal number 13, in taking urgent actions addressing climate change, its impact, and mitigation. And out of 49 countries in Asia and the Pacific, 39 countries have committed to achieve net zero by 2050, and including Korea, China, Japan, and Mongolia. So, and cities also accounted for more than 30% of global GHG emission, with over 40% attributed to CO2. The challenges are for example, so only 18 out of the countries who are committed to achieve net zero target have submitted the long-term low emission development strategies to UN. So most of the countries struggling to develop the domestic climate finance policies, improve the policies to incentivize the rapid deployment of renewable energies and green technologies. So and also the governance and state monopoly on energy industries area, something. So also the governments and local governments need to address jointly how to overcome and further come on the path of in energy transition from because the Asia Pacific and Northeast Asia is heavily rely on the use of fossil fuels, the coal, gas, and oil. So but the deployment of renewable energy is easy to say, but then it's hard to. For just an example, in Mongolia, so because of it's a huge, tremendous resources, the solar and the wind, but because of intermittency, so there is no backup energy infrastructure. No gas, almost no hydro. So in that sense, so the countries like Mongolia, which has the huge geographical proximity to develop in the renewable energy. So it's very much needs to develop the cross-border interpower connectivity with China and in Russia. And more importantly, because of intermittency, they need to develop the battery storage, the technologies, green technologies from countries like Korea. So it's very complex. So achieving carbon neutrality is really indeed the multi-layered cross-sectoral issue, technological, energy, as I said, even the governance. So they really, the countries in Asia and the Pacific, They really need to learn from each other and build more stronger platforms that would involve not only governments and institutions and the private sector, also the civil society organizations and the youth and a lot of startups. That's the only solution. So building the partnership among all stakeholders. That's the only way we can move on to achieve the carbon neutrality by the time we already committed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 그 동북아 국가들에 있어서 여러
So
가지
for many challenges of using fossil fuels you have mentioned, and also it's really hard to move away from using fossil fuels. And also you mentioned the case of Mongolia. So using solar panels or renewable energy is okay, but the demerit of using renewable energy is intermittence. So in order to overcome that, you have to have flexible power source, but you don't have gas plant. So even if you have a lot of renewable energy sources, you cannot fully depend on that. So these require government and company and institutional cooperation. So that was the first round, and we have asked the speakers of the challenges and the situations in your regions. And in the second round, we will ask to share the cases of innovation or effective activities that you have implemented. So let's try to learn from each other. So first, let's ask Mr. Park Ho-gun from the Incheon Institute. So Incheon, as I have mentioned, in 2045 we have to achieve carbon neutrality. So the goal is very ambitious. And as I have told you, in 2018, the greenhouse gas emissions, I have mentioned that there is a lot of emissions, but by 2030, in order to meet the goal by 2045, in 2030, we have to reduce it to 49 million tons. So we have to reduce by 34%. And to be more ambitious, maybe we should try to reach for 40% reduction. So if we look at by sector, in generation, we have LNG. So more than 57% of the emissions are caused by power generation. But fortunately, thermal and fire, we are trying to transition to hydropower. So we want to try to transition into hydropower, so it will reduce a lot of emissions. And there's also West Incheon coal plant, and they already had made partial transition into hydropower plant. So I think we are seeing some outcomes of those transitions. And another plan, we did have the plan, but we did not make the big action yet. But in front of the Yeongjong Sea, we want to have the marine wind power plant complex. So when we transition into hydropower, we want to create green hydrogen. So we have to create energy from clean energy. So in order to do that, we want to create marine windmills. And also, like other cities, solar panels are what we are also trying to promote. Incheon has the sea, but we have airplanes that use fossil fuels. So we need to transition that to hydropower. So I think Incheon Airport or Incheon Port needs to use more of hydropower. So this is under review, and I'm hoping that this can be implemented soon. And secondly, for buildings, Incheon, as many of you mentioned, but we have a lot of old housing and very low energy efficiency. So for these, we want to try to develop and revitalize the central part of the city. So we have the project for that. It's quite irrelevant to carbon neutrality, but the project for revitalizing the central part of the city will probably help and contribute in achieving the carbon neutrality of the buildings by renovating the old housings in the central part of the city. And we have Yeongjong, the new city. We are going to introduce the concept of smart city, and we are implementing that as well. And for transport, by 2030, we probably need to ban the registration of the internal combustion engine cars. So we need to actually try to implement that, but I'm not sure. The citizens of Incheon need to actually cooperate, but I want to share that we do have the plan. And setting the infrastructure is what we need to do. And I said that there are many small to medium companies in Incheon, and in order to import to Europe, you need to have the carbon reduction plan in order to import. But there are not many companies that can actually set up the plan. So Incheon provides training and guidance, and also do have the plans to provide consultation services as well. We want to support middle and small-sized companies so that it can help them to import more into European countries. And in that process, I'm hoping that we can reduce emissions. And in Incheon, we have the sea, and we have the mud, and it emits a lot of carbon, but we've been using mud by filling that into land. So for Yeongjong and Gwagodo, we have very good muds to be included in the UNESCO Cultural Heritage. So we have also plans for those. And we have the head of the ESCOP here, and we also have G7 of Incheon, so GCF. So Incheon is a very important city in achieving carbon neutrality in Korea. And because of all these reasons, carbon neutrality, climate change, I think we need to show more best practices. And Incheon's target is 5 years earlier than Korea's target, so we need to be ahead of other cities and regions. So we do have that mission, and we are very in dire need to achieve that. So this is what I wanted to say for Incheon. Thank you. Thank you. So your goal is more ambitious than the central government's goal. So you need to actually achieve that mission. Everything was very impressive, but the most impressive was that you have the revitalization project. It's not related to carbon neutrality, but these main projects, I think, Daegu, we have other military base relocation plans, but local governments actually need to enforce their initiatives related to carbon neutrality. That was very impressive. And let's hear from Gangwon Institute. So thinking of carbon neutrality, that's one of our goals. And I mean, we cannot avoid carbon emissions. Then after the emissions, forest, Gangwon province, 82% of the land is forest, and forest is really important in absorbing carbon emissions. If you look at the Korean Republic of Korea, forest takes Gangwon province takes about 22%. So it means that forest can play a key role in addressing carbon emissions. So we have the sink rate. So all the trees cannot have the same absorption rate, but like for human bodies, we can be the best efficient, and we can have the best metabolism in our 30s. So trees are the same, and the forests are the same. So absorbing carbon. So when the trees are about 30 years old, it can have the best efficiency. But we have older forests, so that can lead to lower absorption rates. Then how can we enhance the absorption rate of the forests? And that is one of the challenges that we have to tackle from Gangwon province. And it's also the role of central government as well. So forests can absorb carbons, and it's not only about Gangwon province, but it needs to absorb the carbon from Korea. So forests have less attention, but we need to collaborate with the central government in order to address this issue. But Gangwon province is trying to improve the absorption rate by 2030. And also, we have to move towards using hydrogen. So in Samcheok City, we have the hydro cluster. So we did prepare this since a few years ago. In Samcheok, we have hydro tanks and other private companies that are in the industry. So this can lay the foundation for increasing the new and renewable energy sources in Korea. But I think we need to work together. Experts actually think hydrogen as something ideal, but for regular people or regular citizens, they don't have really good perspective on that. For Gangwon citizens, there was an accident. Hydro tank had exploded, so there was an accident. So people think that people associate hydrogen with hydrogen bombs. So persuading the citizens or the residents in Gangwon is quite hard. So what the experts think and the people think, there's a gap. So maybe we should try to think of some other words to raise better awareness of hydrogen power. So in the short run, we can have some sort of an energy committee. We should have people participate, but I don't think it can have a great outcome. But Korea is very democratized, and we're one of the best democratized countries in the world. And all the policies are made by policymakers and what the citizens or the residents think. Reducing the gap or closing the gap between those people and policymakers are important. So I think this is an issue that we should all think of. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your comments. So, as the lung of the earth is Amazon, the lung of Korea is Gangwon province. So the sink of the forest is the important tool for the carbon neutrality, and we could understand the Gangwon province's concern and the social acceptance of the hydrogen power in the province. Thank you very much. And now we will move to the Daegu. So would you elaborate the Daegu's plan and activities? We have the Daegu Future Prosperity 50-year plan. So the Future 50 plan has the structural plan of the Daegu. So this model is closely related to the climate crisis. A few days ago, we had an announcement that the space structural model was released for the fourth area model covering the Guni County in the north and the downtown in the middle and the Dalsong County in the bottom. So the Guni County is the rural area, and it also has the airport, new airport. So it will become the smart farm and smart valley to respond to the climate crisis. And airport itself will become the intelligent smart, including the IT technologies. That is the Guni County area. And we also have a downtown area where we will have the remodeling and the renovation to respond to the climate crisis by making it as the premium downtown, just like the LG Electronics calls it. Calls their product as a premium product. And the Dalsong County has the National Industrial Complex, which is the hub for the new industry. And last one is, I didn't have enough time to talk about it, Daegu can save the 25% of the energy for the balanced development of the Korea. The energy consumption will decrease by 25% if they come to the Daegu. So the Daegu has the great benefit of the geological and strategical benefit, contributing to saving of the 25% of the energy for the balanced development of the territory of Korea. And combine all this, we have a new airport, new industry. These two are closely related because the new airport will have the semiconductor and the wireless and IT technologies, all advanced technologies. 98% and the 88% is for the aviation industry. So only when they are located near from the airport, we can save all the energy consumption. So that can become the one new airport package by including all the industry into the building of the new airport. And also, I talked about we have the back-end development by making the Kumo River area as the waterfront area, and also building the energy efficient building, which can become the new hub for the carbon neutrality. The third space structural model is the renovation of the old downtown so that the old residential area can be smarter and more intelligent. And also industrial complex can become more intelligent by making the smart factory. The most vulnerable class is the low-income families because they are not affordable for the heating and cooling cost. So we will make those area more smarter and intelligent. And the fourth element of our plan is the cultural and tourism. So we will make the beautiful and energy efficient library and the cultural center to make it as the tourist destination. As Amazon functioned as the carbon sink, we will also connect this with the campus to respond to the climate crisis. Sorry, so the Amazon and the Apple, the big tech companies, has the planetarium in their campuses. So just like them, we will also make such kind of the libraries and gardens and high-rise building so that the people can come and rest. And the fifth element of the new model is the penetration expressway and the train, which connects Daegu and the other satellite counties around Daegu. And we will also do the pilot project for the UAM, which is related to the carbon neutrality. So all those are the carbon neutrality project. Last one is the mountain and water connection. We have a Pisang Mountain and Palgong Mountain in Daegu, which was designated as a national park. And we also have a Nakdong River and the Kumo River and the Shincheon stream, which can become the pillar of the green. So we try to plant the huge number of trees there. And in order to become the global carbon neutral cities, we have to achieve the SDG. So we will reflect all the SDG, like 13 for the climate crisis and the 11 for the sustainable city, into our policies. So the Daegu Policy Research Institute will continue this kind of 6 projects continuously as the master projects. There is the carbon neutrality chain. It starts from myself, our territory, our earth, like our town, our territory, and our earth. So it starts from myself, ourselves, for the carbon neutrality. So the Daegu has a 1110 projects where the one person reduced the 1 ton of carbon through the 10 activities, which is very easy to implement in their daily lives. We also have a low carbon neutrality support center where all the trainings and education are happening for the public citizens. So we will work as the facilitator and the actor at the same time. So we will do it differently and together to achieve the goal of the carbon neutral city in the future. Thank you very much.
지금 대구가 이제 미래의 50주년을 준비를
So Daegu is preparing the future 50 years, and Daegu has introduced a lot of projects that's implemented. So in the morning, we had the keynote speeches, and we had the EU ambassador that mentioned the twin digital and green transformation. So these projects can be digital plus green. If we can include both digital and green, we can become closer to achieving the carbon neutrality goal. Next, can we hear some more cases from the Philippines? So in the Philippines, in the local governments, or are there any projects that you can share to us that the local governments or the residents are doing? And are there any possible collaborations between Korea and the Philippines?
Thank you. For the local government in the Philippines, there are several local governments, especially the highly urbanized cities, that are quite active in taking the steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build climate resilience. One of these is Pasig City, which is in Metro Manila, and they implement energy efficiency and conservation measures in public and private buildings. They have this green building ordinance that they pursued in the local government, and they also have the rainwater catchment ordinance. This is not unique to Pasig City. We also see these kinds of ordinances in other local governments in the country. The use of nature-based solutions, we also see that happening more and more in the local government units in the Philippines. In fact, before, the mangrove areas in the countries where there are a lot of mangrove areas in the provinces, and because of development, they usually remove these mangrove areas to establish beach properties or beach resorts. I am happy to report now that local government units have been more active in protecting and cultivating these mangrove areas in the country. We have realized that how it helps with preventing flooding in particular, and in encouraging biodiversity in the area. So most of the provinces are very strong now, strongly protecting mangrove forests in their areas, which is a good development that we have seen. On the part of having the climate action or climate initiative reach the community, one local government unit have launched a platform for the citizens to pledge individual commitments. Because of course, I mean, even if there are national policies or local government policies, it's up to the individual. And if they are aware, the support that these projects would have for the local government would go a long way. So the platform for citizens requires the individual to pledge individual commitments to essentially relating to energy consumption, low carbon mobility, and sustainable waste management efforts. So something that an individual can do. And I think I would like to see this in more local government units in the Philippines so that the climate action awareness can reach the individuals in the communities. Aside from that, the national government is promoting low carbon public transport. We have encouraged the use of electric vehicles, and there are incentives for individuals who would buy and use electric vehicles in the country. That's about it. Thank you.
필리핀에서 지방 정부하고
So the Philippines, the local government and the central government are doing the activities which was introduced by Ms. Aileen Lecano. And next, so the activities needed for the carbon neutrality in the East and Northeast Asia will be talked by Mr. Gambold Bazanaf, and also what kind of cooperation do you have between the Korea and the Northeast Asia?
Thank you. So really to achieve the carbon neutrality, the cities need to develop a very strong mechanism to cooperate, not only within the sub-region, so also within the regions and globally. To serve that end, UNESCOP, through this office, so in 2018, so we built a low carbon city platform in Northeast Asia to support the cities, sister cities in Northeast Asia to address the common issues and facilitate the expertise and the knowledge and technology sharing. So within this, our platform, since 2020, so in the cooperation with Incheon City, so this office, my office, the ESCOP East and Northeast Asia office, successfully holding low carbon international forum. So we already held our third international low carbon city forum in Incheon. So we plan to organize our next low carbon city international forum again with the support of Incheon government, not in Korea, in other cities in Northeast Asia. And also since 2020, so ESCOP through this office in Korea, so we have successfully launched a carbon neutrality forum in support of TCS, this Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat of China and Japan. So we will hold our third carbon neutrality forum in early March in 2024 in Seoul. So I really want to urge that all our the research institutes and all stakeholders, and especially the representatives of cities and local communities, to participate and attend this low carbon, the carbon neutrality forum among the UNESCOP and the TCS. So this is the common platform. So we UN will be able to build to support the city level and community level cooperation to address the issues of carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So UNESCOP has various cooperation at the national level and the local level, and he also talked about the plan next year. Next March, in 2024, the Carbon Neutrality Forum will be held, and he asked the participation of yours. I expect all of you will join the forum. So in this roundtable, we invited the 5 panelists to hear about the activities in each area and the challenges and the plans of each area for the carbon neutrality. So listening to all the ideas, maybe we have some similarities and some kind of special difference. So maybe it is a good opportunity to learn from each other. We have another session in the afternoon with a wonderful presentation and discussion and roundtable. So I hope that our conversation can continue in the afternoon too. And I'd like to ask your participation until the end. Once again, please give a big round of applause for their great insight and the valuable opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining the roundtable session. You may return to your seat. 네, 조심히 자리로 돌아가 주시면 되겠습니다. All right, thank you for leading the roundtable session, President Chang Hoon Lee. Then we will wrap up the morning schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time to have lunch. So we are going to have a lunch time by 1:30 p.m. And as I told you earlier, the split session in the afternoon, the state room and the queen room will be divided. So session A will be held in the queen room in the back side, and session B will be held in the state room in the front side. So please note this and move to the room of each session after lunch. And key participants are asked to move to a separate lunch place on the second floor according to the staff's guidance. And the rest of the participants, we provide your meals at your seat, so please stay there. And we are going to have lunch from now, so enjoy your lunch. And we are going to begin the afternoon session at 1:30 p.m. So see you soon. Thank you.
하나 셋 하나 둘 하나 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘. 하나씩.
아 됐고요. 어르신 됐고요. 알겠어요. 전화 왔어.
있어서 어쩔 수 없어요. 그래서 이렇게 읽으면서 발표해야 돼. 여기는 프롬프트에 나오죠. 예, 예, 예. 아, 누가요? 나와요. 나와요. 이거 양 감독님, 이거 일부러 제가
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Now we will begin the afternoon session of the 2023 Green Korea and Environmental Forum, which discusses the agenda of pioneering carbon neutral cities with a focus on locally led initiative and global strategy. First, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I am L.J. Kim, Senior Researcher at the Korea Environment Institute. I'll be the MC for this afternoon session. Before we start, I would like to inform you, following the morning session, simultaneous Korean-English interpretation is providing. Also, as informed in the morning, this event pursues papers for carbon neutrality. So, we only provide the digital program book, which you could download by scanning the QR code on the back of your name tag. Without further ado, we will begin the session 1 entitled Strategic Plan for Creating Carbon Neutral Cities and Implementation of Locally Led Carbon Neutralities. This session will be moderated by Seongjin Kim, who is an expert in the field of climate diplomacy, trade and environment, and Green ODA. He is currently the head of the Global Cooperation Team at the Korea Environment Institute, and previously worked at the Graduate School of Energy and Environment of Korea University, and also worked at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. Then I invite Dr. Kim to the stage and hand off the microphone to him. Dr. Kim, please come to the front.
네, 안녕하십니까. Because
Hello,
we have
everyone.
good translators, so I will speak in Korean. 이렇게 바쁘신 와중에도 이 그린 코리아 행사에
Despite
참석해
busy
주셔서
schedule, thank you for being here in this Green Korea 2023. From the afternoon, we will have 2-track sessions, which we have the session A in this room and the session 2 in the next room.
이번에 세 분께서 발표를 해주시고요.
3 presenters are here with us, and then we will have a discussion with the 5 panelists. First, let me introduce one by one. The first presenter is Dr. Ganbold Basanjaf. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. He is a head of the UNESCO East and Northeast Asia Office, which is located in Incheon. Dr. Basanjaf was the ambassador of Mongolia to Korea, and now he is in charge of the environmental issues in the office. And next presenter is coming from Philippines. She is the executive director of Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines Secretariat, who is Aileen Leicano. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Ms. Leicano also worked in the Philippines Congress, and she moved to Union now for the sustainability and the environment in the local area. Lastly but not least, we have a guest from Japan. He is the City Task Force Program Director of the IGES, which is in charge of the study and the negotiation for the environment. The Mr. Yatsuka Kataoka is the City Task Force Program Director for now. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you. Then let me introduce the panelists first. After the presentation, we will arrange the table, but And then we will have a panelist, but let me introduce them in advance. We have the Chang Eun-hye from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. She is the climate change legislation team. And we have Professor Ki-eun Kim, the chairperson of the DLG and the professor from the Seogyong University. And we also have the Park Jong-hwa, the associate research fellow from the CRIS. And we also have Lee So-young, the research fellow from the Kyungbuk Research Institute. Lastly, we have Yang-ju Lee, the senior researcher from the Gyeonggi Research Institute. With that, I introduced all the presenters and the panelists. From now on, we will start the presentation. So we will have the three presenters, which have 20 minutes for each presentation. First of all, let me invite Mr. Ganbold Bazanjaf for his presentation about the achieving carbon neutrality in Asia and the Pacific, developments and directions.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and participants. So following the roundtable discussion this morning, I'm delighted to have this opportunity again with this session on carbon neutral cities and implementation of locally led carbon neutrality. I wish to contribute to the discussion by highlighting the key developments and the directions on achieving carbon neutrality from the perspective of regional and sub-regional development. The next slide, please. Indeed, deadly climate-related hazards such as severe typhoons and heavy floods and rainfalls and winter storms being repeatedly reported across the globe, and especially in Asia and the Pacific, including Northeast Asia. The climate change remains an existential crisis for the Asia-Pacific region, especially the developing and the less developed countries. Nowhere is the urgent need for enhanced climate ambition and action more apparent in Asia and the Pacific. While the climate change and climate-induced disasters are increasingly and continuously threatening our life as well as our the development. Recently, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, made remarks that the climate change is not the change in the weather. It's climate change is changing our the life on the planet. This figure from the IPCC illustrates the global warming that the current and the future generations will experience, depending on the choices we will make now and in the near future. It clearly shows that the challenges that we face is unprecedented, and we need to act now to prevent climate catastrophes for us and for our children, including to achieving the carbon neutrality. Immediate actions are required to turn policy ambitions into actions, and the roles of the cities are crucial, which were highlighted in our roundtable discussion this morning. Furthermore, the Asia-Pacific region accounted for more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions, a share that is still increasing owing to the fossil fuel intensive development pathways that many countries in the region are following. The share of GHG emissions from 49 ESCAP member countries in Asia and the Pacific is about 55% of the global emissions. 39 countries out of 49 countries in Asia and Pacific have made carbon neutrality pledge to achieve it by 2050 and to 2070. However, carbon neutrality pledges of most countries need to be aligned with updated and sufficiently ambitious nationally determined contributions targets. In time for COP28, ESCAP released a joint report with UNEP, ILO, and UNFCCC on 2023 review of climate ambition in Asia and the Pacific. Just transition towards regional net zero climate resilient development. The report recommended that Asia Pacific member states, in line with their net zero commitments, must make their second NDC update cycle, starting in 2024, as an opportunity to develop more robust and accurate reduction scenarios for the next 10 years. To attain the mid-century net zero target, it is critical to start it immediately. Substantial and sustained steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions during the next decade. Recognizing the urgent need to address in a comprehensive and synergetic manner the interlinked global crises of climate change, countries in Asia and Pacific region adopted the resolution on accelerating climate action in the region. Member states of ESCAP were mandated to promote regional cooperation to accelerate climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. ESCAP aims to work with countries in facilitating multilateral action to achieve carbon neutrality across several fronts, strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity, developing a regional platform on low-carbon transition in connection with carbon neutrality pledges, supporting energy transition, focusing on cross-border connectivity based on renewables, decarbonizing transport through the regional cooperation mechanism on low-carbon transport in Asia and the Pacific initiative on electric mobility, promoting climate-smart trade and investment as a means for regional cooperation to decarbonize industry, enhancing climate finance through supporting national policy development, and strengthening data and statistics for measuring challenges and progress. In carrying out this work to achieve net zero, so we recognize that the transition carries implications across for the whole economy. The universality of transition underscores the need for comprehensive strategies and encompassing all industries. Also, the transformation is interdependent across all these sectors, emphasizing the interconnected nature of the transition. The process involves high capital cost at the onset, with front-loaded investments, with subsequent low operational costs. Also, the benefits and impacts of this transition are uneven, affecting sectors, geographies, communities, and individuals disparately. Despite these daunting challenges and complexities, there is a high potential for opportunities in global economic transformation towards a net zero future. Transformative actions and strategic pathways are key to meaningfully contribute to the urgent call on carbon neutrality. We have seen this played out in key sectors, especially in the context of East and Northeast Asia. First, on energy, towards cooperation for carbon neutrality in Asia and the Pacific region, ESCAP promotes the energy transition of countries by helping them develop their SDG 7 roadmaps. The roadmap is an integrated tool to support informed policy decisions that help achieve SDG 7 targets, as well as the emission reduction targets under NDCs. It provides guidance for policymakers on what is required to achieve SDG 7 and NDC targets, and can offer a set of policy recommendations based on suggested energy transition pathways. So far, 16 countries are engaged, including Bhutan, Fiji, Georgia, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, and Mongolia. Second, on transport, ESCAP also promotes decarbonizing transport through the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development. It supports decarbonizing regional supply chains, energy efficiency in transport, transition to electric mobility, integrated urban transport development, and digitization of transport. Bringing the discussion to the focus on cities, so we all share the understanding of the pivotal roles of cities in advancing carbon neutrality. In East and Northeast Asia, for instance, in China, the National Development and Reform Commission of China released a list of 25 pilot cities and 10 high-tech industrial development parks on December 6, 2023, as part of the national plan. Local development and reform commissions are responsible for guiding and supporting these regions, and cities and parks must submit implementation plans to the NDRC by January 31st of 2024. In Japan, as of September 29th, 2023, 991 local governments, including Tokyo, Kyoto, and Yokohama of Japan, announced their commitments to net zero emissions by 2050. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, through cooperation and collaboration between the national and local governments, the Council of National and Local Decarbonization was established to discuss measures leading to decarbonization, especially for the local initiatives and citizens' lifestyles. The Council formulated the Regional Decarbonization Roadmap in 2021 and achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. In Korea, all 143 local governments have pledged already to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Many local governments in Korea have already published their carbon neutrality target. To further facilitate the key roles of cities to achieve carbon neutrality at the sub-regional level in Northeast Asia, together with the Incheon Metropolitan City, ESCAP organizes international forums on low-carbon cities. The forum provides a platform for all stakeholders, from city representatives, city networks, CSOs, academia, and the private sector, to share experiences, discuss potential collaboration, and build partnerships. So this, our international forum, will be held next year outside of Korea in cooperation with Incheon Metropolitan City, in partnership with CityNet, IGDF, and GCF. ESCAP also organizes the Forum on Carbon Neutrality with China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, jointly with the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat. The forum links the global climate discussions with the three major countries in Northeast Asia to promote the incorporation into national policies and learn from each other how countries are moving towards achieving their commitments. And also this October, ESCAP was organized a session on the city-led climate innovations at the 8th Asia-Pacific Urban Forum held in Suwon City of Korea, which aimed to connect East and Northeast Asia with the rest of Asia and the Pacific. The event introduced the cases from Northeast Asia to the representatives from Southeast Asia, South and Southwest Asia, North and Central Asia, and the Pacific, while the cases from other subregions were also shared. ESCAP also working to support capacity building of member states and shares knowledge towards carbon neutrality. We produce capacity building reports and materials introducing various climate actions of cities in cases leveraging science, technology, and innovation. Recently, we produced a compendium of best practices to showcase the innovations in nature-based solutions that cities are adopting. In addition, we also organize capacity building training and workshops to support member states' transition to carbon neutrality. In conclusion, I wish to also underscore the pivotal roles of Research and Policy Institute in achieving carbon neutrality. The most effective policy decisions are those which are based on evidence, rigorous analysis, and knowledge exchange. And so I am encouraged to have the rich and blend research institutes here in Korea to help us to distill the issues for us to move on to achieve carbon neutrality. We all pledge to achieve by 2045, 2050, 2060. So we'll continue to work with all stakeholders, including research institutions from the sub-region, to achieve carbon neutrality. So please work with us and collaborate with all stakeholders. This is the only way to achieve the global carbon neutrality goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basanjav. 좋은 발표 감사드립니다.
Thank you so much for your great
유네스캅의 관할 지역
presentation. So, the Northeast Asia carbon emissions and carbon neutrality has been discussed. And currently, what UNESCO is doing on carbon neutrality has been explained well by him. So in Asia Pacific cities, we were able to know what they were doing for carbon neutrality. Next, we will invite Ms. Aileen Leicano, the Executive Director of Union of Local Authorities in the Philippines. So let's welcome her.
Good afternoon. So the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines is the umbrella organization of local government leagues and locally elected officials in the Philippines. It serves as the representative of local government units in policymaking, serving as a vital advocate of national and subnational policy areas. So our mission is to empower LGUs for enhanced local autonomy, good governance, and active collaboration and cooperation. Given ULAP's role in representing LGUs, its influence extends beyond policy advocacy to addressing critical issues faced by the Philippines, particularly its vulnerability to disasters, and in advancing carbon neutrality. As you may know, our country is one of the most climate vulnerable areas in the world. We are visited by an average of 20 typhoons a year, and we are highly susceptible to river, urban, and coastal floodings, earthquakes, landslides, and tsunamis, and as well as volcanic eruptions, water scarcity, and extreme heat events. It seems like we have it all. So last year, the World Index 2022 put the Philippines as at the #1 spot as the most disaster-prone countries in the world. So in face of these disasters, it is clear that we need to take urgent action to reduce our greenhouse gases and achieve carbon neutrality. In 2021, the Philippines committed to a projected reduction of GHG emissions and avoidance of 75%, of which 2.71% is unconditional for 2020 to 2030. This will be for the sectors of agriculture, waste, industry, transport, and energy. The country's Climate Change Act provides enabling mechanisms for various stakeholders to engage in climate action. Also, the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 envisions that the Philippines continues to make good on its commitment to targeting low carbon transmission. Compared to other countries, the carbon emission in the Philippines is relatively low, but it has been increasing each year, except for during the lockdown of the pandemic in 2020, as seen in the graph. For the period 2011 to 2021, the Philippines had an overall increase in carbon emissions, with per capita emissions also increasing. Based on an ADB study in 2017, without concerted low carbon development efforts, greenhouse emissions from energy-related sectors in the Philippines may rise by more than 500% between 2015 and 2050 due to the rapid growth of fossil fuel-based energy. In contrast, the study also finds that a low-carbon development strategy can avoid 80% of this growth over the period. At the national level, we have several agencies working toward climate action, such as the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Department of Energy, the Climate Change Commission, and the Department of Science and Technology. However, while the national government may make commitments of the country to local action and put strategies and policies in place, we believe that it really is the local government units and local communities that will have to respond to these challenges and commitments, as well as implement the strategies and policies in place. Local government units from the villages or the barangays, the cities, municipalities, and provinces are at the forefront of various initiatives to reduce carbon emissions. Please allow me now to share with you the examples of how Philippine LGUs are working toward carbon neutrality. Pasig City in Metro Manila is one of those that are most active in taking steps to reduce its greenhouse emissions and build resilience to climate change. The city has a number of initiatives in place, including implementing energy efficiency and conservation measures in public and private buildings, promoting the use of low-carbon public transport, implementing a biodiverse urban reforestation in public spaces, and launching a platform for citizens to pledge individual commitments to live more environmentally friendly lifestyles. In this new platform, the residents of the city can sign up online and pledge individual doable commitments relating to energy consumption, low carbon mobility, sustainable waste management efforts, which will collectively lead to living more environmentally friendly lifestyle. The city works with private sector and local communities to find solutions to climate change challenges. And in October this year, it also hosted a local hackathon as a way of crowdsourcing immediate and feasible solutions to climate challenges. Another example is that of Quezon City, also in Metro Manila. In a 2016 greenhouse gas inventory, the city emitted 8.01 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, of which 21.5% came from the road sector. To reduce these numbers, the Quezon City government made its city bus program free through a local ordinance. This is in an effort to encourage more people to take public transportation, move more people using less road space, and reduce carbon emissions overall. Aside from this, Quezon City also has its enhanced Local Climate Change Action Plan, 2021 to 2050, which enables the local government to adopt other climate actions such as promotion of urban farming, and localized food production, increasing water security through a robust demand-side management, promotion of nature-based solutions to flood mitigation, and promotion of nature-based solutions to reduce heat and drought pressures. It also has a green corridor network and urban biodiversity plan, as well as resilient housing and public infrastructure for the most vulnerable. Other cities and other local governments in the Philippines are also on their way to achieving carbon neutrality with initial projects which offsets greenhouse gas emissions. One is the Baguio City, which has been creating a culture of cycling and the use of electric vehicles. Another is Dipolog City, which has shifted to solar street lights and bolstered reforestation efforts. Another is Vegan City, which has pedestrianized major streets. And Makati City, which has implemented the Green Building Code, social solid waste management, plastic bans, cigarette smoking bans, and other practices. These cities in the Philippines are just some of the local governments that have committed to the goal of carbon neutrality, but many others are not so neutral, are neutral to carbon neutrality. Here, we may ask why some local governments are neutral to carbon neutrality, even against a backdrop of the climate impacts that the country face every year. While some local government units are making strides towards a low-carbon future, the concepts of carbon neutrality and zero carbon remain elusive for others, especially those lower-income LGUs and those in remote areas. In those LGUs, the struggle for basic needs often overshadows the pursuit of environmental sustainability. You will see from this slide that based on local development investment plans of LGUs in the Philippines, most projects are geared toward road development, general administration, agriculture, health, social protection, with the environment often ranking last. Based on these sectoral priorities, the programs, projects, and activities related to the environment are at most 10% of the priorities of local governments. These data do not imply that the local governments in the Philippines do not prioritize environmental concerns, but rather reflect the urgent and immediate needs that demand attention in the face of limited resources. When we think about it, the prioritization of roads and infrastructure is understandable, given their crucial role in connecting communities, facilitating transportation, and stimulating economic growth. General administration, agriculture, health, and social protection are also essential areas that require significant investments to ensure the well-being of citizens and promote inclusive development. These data also mean that in terms of local action toward carbon neutrality, our approach should be supply and demand driven. On the demand side, it is important to foster a zero carbon mindset among local governments by promoting awareness of climate change and its impacts, encouraging sustainable practices, and highlighting the economic and social benefits of a low carbon future. We have to encourage integrated, sustainable projects to ensure to enable LGUs to adopt a broader perspective on development, recognizing that environmental, social, and economic aspects can be integrated seamlessly across different service delivery areas. Low carbon, carbon neutral, and zero carbon programs should be outcomes driven to allow LGUs to tailor their programs and solutions based on their unique context. This is to ensure that their climate change efforts are effectively addressing the specific challenges and opportunities of their communities. This also allows them to prioritize interventions that have the greatest potential in their local context in succeeding and serving as a model for other LGUs to follow. As we move forward, we recognize the immense potential for collaboration and cooperation among local governments in the Philippines, both within the country and with international partners. By fostering decentralized cooperation, local governments work together and we empower those with greater expertise, skills, and experience in climate action and carbon neutrality to share their resources with their less experienced counterpart. Finally, local governments in the Philippines should also be provided with opportunities of international collaborations with organizations, agencies, development partners, and stakeholders. This will allow LGUs to access knowledge, expertise, and resources from around the world and accelerating their progress towards carbon neutrality. International platforms and global commitments could provide opportunities for local governments to learn and collaborate with their counterparts in other countries and have better access to best practices, funding opportunities, and other resources. Maraming salamat po. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ED 레이카노. 저희가 그 필리핀 사례에 대해서 총장님께 요청.
So when we asked her to give a presentation about the Philippine cases, she said that the Philippines is the disaster-prone area. So she said that she will introduce those aspects and what kind of the reaction and response they are taking. But she gave us much more than we expected and we requested. And I believe that between Korea and Philippines, and also between the Korean local Research Institute and the U Lab, I believe we have a lot of things to cooperate in the future, which was very impressive. Then, lastly but not least, let me invite Program Director Yatsuka Kataoka to talk about the climate and SDG synergies, a role of local actions and voluntary local review. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yatsuka Kataoka from the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, we call the IGS, in Japan. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer to invite me to this very important conference. And then I was given, the subject of the climate and synergies, or the voluntary local review, which IGS is now promoting. So first of all, I would like to briefly explain the backgrounds. So we are facing the somehow triple challenges. So we are talking about climate. That is kind of one of the biggest global challenges. Also, we have the challenges of the loss of biodiversity. And also our activities is now beyond our planetary boundaries. So how to support the well-being of people is a challenge, especially after the COVID. So how building back better is one of the challenges. So these global challenges has the cause of these triple challenges interlinked each other. So it is important to consider trade-offs and also the synergies of these measures to address these challenges. So this is the kind of the figure taken from the UN SDG report 2023. And you can see the somehow green is the SDGs goals on track. And then the others is somehow need to more actions. So you can see small portion of greens. So the SDG progress of the SDG is very weak and insufficient. And only 50% of the SDG target are not on the track, only on the track, especially for the UCCD goal setting on the climate change. So you cannot see any greens. So we need more actions. And then also the recent, the UN CCC report on the national NDC, national determined contributions. So national climate actions plans are still insufficient to meet the goals in the Paris Agreement and the limit global temperature raised to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So as you see, we are very lagged behind to the challenge of the global. And then to address the challenges and promote accelerate actions, we are now promoting synergies on the climate SDGs and also the diversity is coming together. So UN and then actually UN DESA, who are in charge of the SDGs, and also UN CCC Secretariat, which is in charge of the climate change, the convenes the SDG and the SDGs and then the climate synergy conference since 2019. And then they have already 4 conferences, and then as a result of this series of discussions. So the first report of the synergies on climate on SDGs is launched September 2023. And as a kind of the results, and then the 14 experts get together, they compile these reports. And then this is somehow, taken from the reports. So you can see the blues is synergies, and then there's some of the, and then the orange is the trade-off. So you can see some more blues in the sphere. That means near-term adaptation and mitigation climate actions have more synergies than trade-off. So so the we can get more benefits from the climate change actions. And then I take some recommendation from the reports. So they call for the institutional coordination and policy coherence across sector, for better integration of climate SDG policies at national level, and need to change governance and policy framework for climate and SDG to align actions to both goals. And then they recommended that synergic target or core benefits should be included national commitment and reporting mechanism, such as NDCs, voluntary local, voluntary national levels. So only 23 of 173 NDC expressly refers SDGs. So currently, the synergy is not well recognized in the reporting. So more importantly, a recommendation of the report said we need to treat cities as a site of the major population growth and expansion of economic activities as opportunities for focusing on climate and development synergies. So they recognize city and local actions as a driver of the creating synergies. Yes, this is the already mentioned other speakers. But I really emphasize importance of local actions. Because the cities are constitute of 70% of the global populations, and also 70 of the global in the future, and the 70 of current global GHG emissions coming from urban areas. Also, about 40% of the SDG targets need to be met in local contexts. So, as such, the local actions is a key to meet the global goals. And then before I'm going to the localization SDGs, I would like to emphasize climate actions need to, concept of the just transitions. Climate actions shouldn't be, hinder the social and then the economic development. So we need to consider the just transitions. So to that purpose, we need to somehow 3 approaches. a whole society approach and just transition concept and the co-benefits adaptation and mitigation actions. So in this regards, SDG can be a guide to make climate action more comprehensive or integrating ones. So synergies of SDGs and climate actions at local level can promote local sustainability and achievement global goals of climate and sustainable development. So having said that, our institution, IJUS, is promoting localizing SDG actions and also the voluntary local review. And then first, I show what is the localization of the SDGs. That is the action to define, plan, implement, and monitor strategy to achieve the SDG at target local level. And then tailor the SDGs in the context of local characteristics. So in the morning, several speakers emphasize differences of local context. So the tailored SDGs into the considering the local context is very important aspect of localizations. So to that aspects, also partnership with local stakeholders is very important of the localization processes. So in addition, so I add some cooperation with national government, local governments as elements, important elements for the local SDG, localization. So and then for the promotion as a tool to promotion of the localization SDGs, the IJUS is promoting voluntary local review, we call the VLRs, in partnership with the other institute like SCAP. And then the SDG follow-up and review is included in the documents of the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. So national government is requested to produce conduct voluntary national reviews at national level. So, and then the voluntary local review is kind of local version of the review, but which is not, mandated by the UN. It's very voluntary things. So in the voluntary local review is a process in which local and regional governments conduct a voluntary review and assessment their progress of the implementation of the 2030 agenda and its SDGs. So the narratives and results of VRs compiled into a report and then shown, shared with wide audiences. So you can see the results of the voluntary local review as a report. So in 2018, the New York, US, and the 3 Japanese cities presented voluntary local review reports at the high-level political forum in 2018. So since then, VLR became a global movement among the local governments. So currently over 240 VLRs and then 37 VSR, that is more sub-regional, more wider level, has been produced and according to the UCLG. So more and more local government conduct voluntary review. And then from the UN Habitat database, I can see the 3 Korean cities has the voluntary local reviews. So this is voluntary local review processes. I'm sorry for the very short, the small letters, but maybe you can see the planning and the institutionalizations process stage, and also gathering data and analysis stage, and the measurement process stage, and also report writing. So this is kind of the cycle of the consideration of the implementations, and all kind of the process is encouraged to have a more involvement of the local stakeholders. So this is some key points of the consideration of the voluntary local review, participatory and no one left behind principle, and integration alignments and the cross units, and the data-driven and evidence-based. That is, it's kind of the, it's closely related to the local climate actions policies. So so here, this is the questions I'm already asking local government, why we need to voluntary local review. And then, so this is somehow answer we prepared for them. So voluntary local view can bring a new way of thinking of policy development and implementation from SDG lens, so which helps find synergies and trade-off between different goals and targets in local policies. And then also the voluntary local view providing self-reflection of current policies, measures, and budget from more integrated view of the SDGs. Also, it enhances local stakeholders and engagement. And also that can connect the local policies with global agenda. So there is a lot of benefits, and then we conducted a lot of interviews with the cities which do the voluntary local review, and then the many cities answered that the voluntary local review process can help them to breaking silo within the local governments. And also it helps them to rethink about the synergies between the different sectors measures. And also one local government says, that process raised awareness of local people. So there is a lot of kind of the benefits, but I would like to emphasize that it's very important for local government to set the kind of objective voluntary local view first. What is a priority of voluntary local view objectives? So without that, it's a little bit kind of time-consuming efforts for the local governments. So that is the somehow the lessons from the local governments do the voluntary local reviews. So here I bring a kind of one example of very, very small city of Japan, which is Shimokawa town, Hokkaido. The population is only 3,200. So it's very, very small. And then they are very suffering from the rapid the population declines and also the economic depressions. So they want to revitalize their economies and society, bringing into the SDGs. So and then that area, that Shimokawa town, is almost the 90%, almost 90% of their area is covered by forest. So what they did is they utilize the forest as much as possible in a sustainable way. So the first, they try to maintain the forest, which is deteriorated. So the circulating forest management system is introduced, and also for the value added. So the FSC certificate is get there, and also they try to zero emission from wood processing, and also they created new industries from forest things, and also they utilize the birch wood or wood chip for the renewable sources, and then they provide energy to the new redevelopment of the housing and then some towns. So the compact town. So as such, they bury this forest as a centers. So they created somehow more sustainable, circulated economy society in the town. So and also from the SDGs visions, they created their own SDGs. And then this process is very participatory. So more than about 13 kind of gathering of local stakeholders to make this the Shimokawa visions. And then they learned what is SDGs, and then they discussed what are local challenges, and then they show what is the ideal kind of picture of the 2030 of the Shimokawa. And then they created this Shimokawa Vision 2030, and then the local governments include these visions into the town's visions in their comprehensive plans, their master plans. So this is a very unique one, and then this activity of Shimokawa win the first winner of the SDG Award of Japan. And then also I would like to say, through this process, participatory process, so the local residents identify maybe female kind of participation and participation is less. So they created women's group, and then I have a discussion on how female can contribute the towns, and then like a new kind of the products promotions, or somehow they help each others. So that kind of discussion happens. So I can say SDG can bring new sights or a new perspective of the local planning, and also the change of the mindset of the local citizens. So this process is compiled in the voluntary local review of Shimokawa, which I just is helping them to do. And also that process is summarized in the Shimokawa method voluntary local review, which I just produced. So please visit our website to see more comprehensive view of the Shimokawas. And then finally, I would like to somehow advertise IJAS activities of the SDGs. So we are the series of publication of voluntary local review, and and also we have a voluntary local review labo, which include the voluntary local review from the world. So you can see the different voluntary local review reports from the different part of the world. So you can learn from the voluntary local review how people can promote SDGs, and then also most of them is have objective for the zero carbon futures. So they are addressing climate change in this voluntary local review too. So so this is end of my the presentation. So in conclusions, before I'm closing, so I would emphasize the SDGs, and then the climate synergies has to be accelerated, especially from local context, because maybe the local government's a good position to narrowing down the gap of the silos. And then and also three keywords: integration, localization, and inclusion is very important to promote climate and SDGs. And the synergies can accelerate progress and raise ambitions climate actions. Thank you very much.
Ms. Kataoka talked about the synergy. Usually I thought SDG is only for the national cooperation, or that is, I just understood the national level, the voluntary review, but the voluntary local review, which is the SDG for the local government, is a very impressive and new to us. The local government tried to use the SDG and made their own report. So that is very interesting and a good suggestion for Korea. So I now understand why you put the synergy on the title of your presentation, because SDG is far more than the national level, and we can make a synergy at the local level. I believe that you try to put your presentation within the 20 minutes. Thank you very much. And now we will invite the panelists for the panel discussion. All the panelists, please come to the stage. I'd like to ask all the presenters come forward too.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
장소가 약간 협소해서 조금 이렇게
So the space is not enough. So we are bumping into each other, but please understand. Now we are the live streaming our event on the YouTube channels. So I believe that that is the small space is very good for our YouTube live streaming. So we have 5 panelists, but we will not ask the designated questions. We have the experts from each area. We have the 2 from the government-led organization and also 2 from the research institute and also the panelists from the universities. So about the strategic plan for the creating carbon neutral cities and implementation of locally led carbon neutrality, we will ask for the insights and valuable opinions from the experts. So each panelist will have 5 to 7 minutes. I hope that you can finish your comments within the 10 minutes and please freely give us your comments. So let me invite the Jang Eun-hye from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Hello everyone. I am Jang Eun-hye from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Let me introduce our organization. We are supporting the legislation for the Korean government. That is our main role. So among organizations, we have the climate change legislation team for the laws and act for the climate actions. So we support the legislation for that, and also we translate the international climate actions, and we interpret and translate all the international laws about it. Our organization also have the local city establishment project so that we can deal with more locally read carbon neutrality. And the targets and the goals were also discussed in our organization. And personally, the controversy of the act for the locally led the carbon neutrality was the main focus, because our perspective about it can be divided into 2 points. In Korea, the Korean government is leading also the local carbon neutrality, but there are also directions of the local government's direction for the carbon neutrality. The government made up the strategy and also put it into the legislation. But the carbon neutral cities in the local area is in the same context with the older presentation today. So the local carbon neutrality can become the master plan for the carbon neutrality. So the government-led carbon neutrality is that now we have the Carbon Neutrality Act established in the 2021, and it is in effect from 2022. So we had the reference about it, and we have the base regulation about it. And also in October last year, the government made the new growth engine industry projects, which is 12, and one of them is the carbon neutral city. And in this April, the first plan, natural green growth plan, was established and announced. There, the local carbon neutral initiatives were also initiated and released. So it is not enough, but Korea started to set up the basic plan and continuously referring to the carbon neutrality to show the strong commitment to achieve the carbon neutrality. But I cannot say that we are doing very great. And also, if I talk about the local level carbon neutrality, it is related to the local development. So how to achieve the carbon neutrality is inside of the local plan. So the government-led the carbon neutrality is a little different from, so I can say that the main focus area and direction is same, but the government designed the strategy is a little different from the local-led the carbon neutrality. In our strategic basic plan, we have many overlappings, which are the government-led carbon neutrality can be led by the local government and the residents, and locally initiated the carbon neutrality is required to be supported by the government ministry, which is the Ministry of the Environment. And that they want to have a more specific projects with the advanced technology. So I believe that depending on the local carbon neutrality strategy and direction, I believe that the national carbon neutral strategy can be established. So if the government say that that should be led by the citizens, means that the money and the fundings and technology should come from the private sector, but the locally initiated the carbon neutrality is about the support from the all ministries, but which is not happening yet. I believe that that will become a very major major task for the government. The carbon neutral cities led by the government is characterized as not just the simple net zero city or the environmental city, but the city with the technology, climate technology. It's not saving or not preserving. It is about the innovating and the developing new technologies. So we have so many concerns and conflicts over these carbon neutral cities by the government by the local area. But in order to make it possible, I believe that the government leading strategy and the local leading strategy should be aligned. So it is not sufficient yet, but the way we are going and making a consensus is, I think, the task of all our organization and research institute. Thank you. It was very comprehensive and insightful comments. Next, let me invite Professor Kim Ki-eun from Seokyung University.
안녕하세요.
Hello
김기훈입니다.
everyone, I am
정확하게
Kim.
말씀드리겠습니다.
Briefly
탄소 중립
speaking,
도시를
carbon neutral city is very important. 2050, that's 2050 goals. Nonetheless, as much as this, or the more important is the local development by creating the jobs and improving the economy while developing the local area and pursuing the climate response would be the best for us. National government also say that we have to respond to the climate change with the advanced technology, but we have to identify a specific technology. So through the development, local development, we should make it as an attractive area and to have more people to go for the carbon neutrality. In that sense, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Gandolf Bazanov. ESCAP did a lot of things. Thank you very much for your effort. My question is that, so through the education and training for the young generation, in 10 years, in 20 years, what do you expect for the local development? That's my first question. And my second question is that many cities are generating the waste. So we have to recycle and make it as an energy in a circular economy. But the utilization itself is very important. The technology innovation is not about the new technology, is upgrading of the existing technology through the proven validation to utilize very well. So what kind of expectation do you have about it? And my third question is, I think the cooperation with Korea is very important. I think you don't need to answer to this, but the ESCAP, what kind of plan do you have to have a cooperation with Korea, like using the experience of the Korea technology or the Korea development process? So third one is just a comment, not a question. So I gave two questions to you, and then my question goes again to the alien Leicano. Philippines has a lot of resources, like natural resources, agricultural resources, and the tourist resources. Through the tourism, a lot of people goes to Philippines. So you have a damage through this kind of a tourism, like solid waste and the waste from the tourists. So the waste treatment or the wastewater treatment or the organic treatment, you must have opportunity to make it as an energy. I believe that you have a technological cooperation about it. So through the future cooperation with Korea, I think we can have a lot of things to do together. So would you give us a comment about it? And the second question is that the tourism is important, but the agriculture is the backbone of the national economy. So for example, when we have lunch, we talked about lunch. The Philippine coffee is very good, and it can contribute to the national economy with investment for more than 10 years. So what kind of idea do you have about it? Of course, rice can be included in this development. So the first question is about the tourism, and the second question is about the eco-friendly agriculture. You can give me the answer or the comments about it. And also to the Ms. Yatsuka Kataoka, I have a question. In Korea, we are interested in the utilization of forest. We have a lot of forest, and we have forest resources. But the more important thing is that how to utilize it to contribute to economy. That is an important issue. Of course, we have a lot of problems. Like in case of the Shimukawa, the ownership of the forest is the government or belong to the individual. Maybe depending on that, even though we have a good policy, the execution of the policy can have some stumbling blocks or hurdles. The ownership can be the hurdles in the implementation. So you don't have any difficulty about it? And my second question is, there was the technological exchange cooperation between Korea and Japan is very important. Do you have any comments about it? Even though it is not now, that you can give us your insight or the idea in the forum or in the conference in the future, that would be very helpful in the Korea-Japan exchange in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
더 하실 분들도 계실
So there may be
텐데요.
more questions towards the
발전자분들 토론을
presenters.
나눠 보지 못하면
After all the
이제 다시
panelists
한번 그 답변 또는 그 의견에 대한 추가
present, we will
말씀하시면
ask or we will give more time to the presenters if you have any questions to the panelists. So it would be great if you can answer
세
to
번째
the questions.
토론자로
Well,
국토연구원의 박종화
third,
박사님을
let's
모시겠습니다.
welcome Mr. Park Jong-hwa from the Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements.
저희 기관에서도 이제 탄소 중립 부실이라는
So
부분에 있어서 좀 다양한 연구들을 진행을 하고 있는데
we are also doing a lot of research on carbon neutrality.
탄소 중립 이행 이런 부분에 있어서
So we're talking about locally led carbon neutrality in this event.
말씀드릴 수 있는
So I think there are some things that I can share in terms of the space.
먼저 이 국가적으로도
So
지역 주도의 탄소 중립
locally led carbon neutrality initiative should be
부분들 좀 제시한 상태이긴 한데요.
a goal that we should all pursue, but local governments
도시에 도대체 뭘 해야 되고
may
어떤 것을 좀 적용을 해야 이 탄소 중립으로 나아갈 수 있는지에 대한
the local governments they don't have any guide or directions for what to implement or how to implement in the cities. In December of 2021, we had a revision in the city plan. So there are some plans, urban plans, and there were some directions towards the reduction of greenhouse gases in the urban area. In the past, related to greenhouse gas reduction, there were some laws that were established. In 2009, we had the urban city plan for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we've been working on the basic plans. So there are some basic urban plans in the reports, and I looked into those reports and I was able to find out the carbon emissions and also other plans. But the emission inventory or the year of the emissions did not actually match, or some data were not consistent, and some data lacked some details, and also the type of emissions and some data didn't consider physical or regional parts. So the report data were quite insufficient. However, with the revision in the law, we do have the foundation to set the urban plan. So in the revision, it suggests 5-year plan for greenhouse gas reductions, and it also mentions the reduction rate or the absorption rate of the buildings. So you have to mention those. So based on these, you should be planning the space or areas. And there are some guidance to what to do for each year. So to do locally led carbon neutrality, I think it's going towards green cities. But if we look at the situation, in order to achieve carbon neutral cities, I think we lack some resources or capabilities. The local government has a lot of burdens to achieve these carbon neutrality cities. And also, we have to have carbon neutral cities, but the guidance or the directions are not clearly set. So it's a burden on those local governments. So we need the support to ease them of those burdens. So I'd like to share 3 points today. So recently there was carbon map that was made, and the local governments are now able to analyze or identify the emissions or the sectors of emissions. But I think we need the standards or the criteria for finding out about the emissions. With the revision, I think we do have the institutional foundation. However, if you look at the government, there are some small cities that already are done developing, but they may have more responsibilities on them to achieve carbon neutrality, even though they are done with their development or growth. So if you compare the per capita emission, so compared to Seoul City, you can see Poryong or Taean areas that have coal plants that have much more emissions, so they have higher per capita emissions because they have the power plants. But the government has set the plan or the goal, but the central government should actually consider the situations of the regions before setting the goals. And there may be some different situations in trying to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions because in order to set the direction for carbon neutrality, you need to have the tool for reduction or the measurement. But you need to customize that measurement. But in order to do that, you have to see the situation or the condition of the regions in order to have, or you need to be able to estimate the cost before you actually adopt something. And you should provide the inventory for greenhouse gas reductions. Of course, considering all these situations, there may be some things that some cities or local governments are good at. For instance, there may be some more land that's available that they can utilize, or maybe there can be some forest or wind power that they can utilize in some other regions. So maybe you can actually return the benefits of renewable energy developments. So if you consider all those situations, based on that, you should try to measure, or you can try to create synergy with the urban areas as well by collaborating. And lastly, regions may have different periods in trying to achieve carbon neutrality. So for monitoring the outcomes, you should be able to share among the local governments. So through all these actions, maybe if you should try to minimize burden on some regions that need more financial support, or maybe you can try to find ways to help the regions or cities. So thank you, Mr. Park. So that was a case of Korea, but I think there are many thoughts that you can think in terms of other global cities as well. So you should provide local customized ways, or you should think of how to monitor the outcomes in order to promote locally led carbon neutrality. So all these are very important. And the fourth speaker, Ms. Lee So-young from Chungbuk Research Institute. Hello, I'm from Chungbuk Research Institute. My name is Lee So-young, and I'm working on carbon neutrality and energy policy. So thank you, previous three speakers, for your comments, and thank you for inviting me to this debate. I think all three presenters had mentioned about decentralized cooperation among the local governments. So climate action or carbon neutrality, we need more knowledge, skills, or experiences, and local governments should be able to share in order to grow together. I also deeply agree on what you have all mentioned. City. I mean, there are benefits of having good cities, or cities can lead to development or growth, but urbanization is an hindrance in sustainable development. There's a lot of climate risks that's being exacerbated. So that's why we should try to care more for environmental issues and also carbon neutrality. So I don't have any disagreements to all the presenters, but I have a comment to Ms. Yatsuka. I think your presentation was quite remarkable. And at the end, you mentioned about the importance of voluntary local review. And I wanted to share my comment and some questions about the voluntary local review. For SDG, I thought it was voluntary. So many local governments or central governments are doing things voluntarily. So it's not actually the purpose, but those participants also set the goal while trying to pursue SDG, and there can be some benefits or demerits of implementing that. And there's also innovation in trying to promote or pursue successful implementation of SDG. But it can also become mainstream, achieving carbon neutrality. And also localization helps in communicating between the local and the central government, and I think it fosters collaboration. I'm from a research institute from the region, but the central government sets a lot of plans. There are so many plans related to the environment, and there is a lot of climate action-related plans. But for big cities, they have the capacity to pursue locally led initiatives. But for those small regions, they don't have any resource or time or talent to actually promote these. For Tanyang, there was a baby born, and there was a big banner because a baby was born, because there are like less than 20 babies born in a year in that town. So Korea has a lot of loss in the population, and I'm quite doubtful whether the local governments can take care of these environmental issues. In order for carbon neutrality to become mainstream in the local government, you need more than one staff. One person cannot take care of these things, but these civil servants, like they work in cycles, but one person cannot take care of this local government. It cannot be sustained. So in your presentation, you mentioned a town where there was about 3,000 population. So you mentioned that that town was #1 in Japan's SDG award. So I wanted to know what was their secret behind winning that award, and also in Korea, the voluntary local review. I think there are only 3 Korean cities that have submitted that: Suwon, Seodaemun, and Dangjin. These 3 Korean cities were the only cities that submitted the reports. So this is voluntary. So other local governments don't have the resource to actually submit it. So how can local governments try to enhance these efforts? So you also shared the QR codes for VLR mapping. So I think you did a lot of research on voluntary local reviews. So I wanted to know more secrets behind those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very important question. Maybe the Ms. Kataoka has a lot of burden to answer to those questions. So later, if we have any chance, up to the level you can answer to this, please make comments, because this is a very new and interesting. That's why people ask a lot of questions. So the foreign people must be very surprisingly to hear, but Korea is known for the lowest fertility rate, which is a very concern for all the local government. So how the city with the 3,000 people can do this kind of SDG that well? So maybe we have a lot of attention and interest about that city. Then lastly, I will invite the Yang-Ju Lee from the Gyeonggi Research Institute.
안녕하세요. 경기연구원 이양주입니다.
Hello everyone, I am Yang-ju Lee
여러분, 요
from the
세미나
Gyeonggi Research
히스토리 잘
Institute.
모르시죠?
You don't know about the background of the seminar, right? It's been 10 years since we started this seminar. KEI had some budget left, so we started the local red seminar 10 years ago. At that time, the topic was about the biodiversity. First, the Seoul Institute got some budget from the KEI to start the forum, and twice a year we moved around each local research institute, and we had like 10 times of the forum. And last year, together with the KEI, we started to have this forum. Last year, we had the first seminar in Jeju Island about the carbon neutrality energy. And this year, in the first half of this year, the forum was held in Busan, in Korea, which is surrounded by the ocean. So the theme was the asteroids. And now we invited the international participants to have this forum, which is very honorable. I'm from the Gyeonggi Research Institute, but the population of the Gyeonggi area is increasing as opposed to Seoul's case. So whenever I go to this kind of conference, I ask the mayors, like congressmen, Gyeonggi province should cut down the population. Then everybody laugh and don't say anything. They just smile and listen to it. And they don't ask how to decrease the population, because the other area is suffering from the small number of the population. But the Gyeonggi is suffering from large number of population, because we have the development burden tax, which is the ecosystem burden tax or the ecosystem corporation tax. So 50% is going to the ministries, and 50% is coming to the Gyeonggi province. So the Gyeonggi province from 10 years ago thought we have to beat this development project. So how can the researchers can earn the development projects? Then we have to provide the high quality data, environmental data. So if the crane is leaving some place, can other people develop those areas? No, they can't. So we have to provide the high quality environmental information and data so that we can have a reasonable development project. I believe that many speakers talked about it. The most important thing is money. How can we get money? So that's how I thought about the ecosystem burden tax, which is different from the usual budget and which has the special purpose. The government have the book fabricating to make some budget. So Gyeonggi province, once we get the ecosystem burden tax, we have to have a special accounting, but it goes into the Environmental Protection Fund from 3 years ago. It's around like 10 billion won a year, which is a high amount. So we need to make the good quality information, and we started to make the environmental map. Meanwhile, our governor put the banner of the Switch Gyeonggi province. Switch on sustainability and switch off global heat. So that's the switch economy, according to the governor. RE100 is the most important project. Gyeonggi Research Institute is making the RE100 platform. The foundation for that is the urban ecosystem. That is the carbon sink map. Then how can we make the carbon sink map? We are doing all the analysis, but we build the data through the LiDAR images. We installed all the LiDAR in the Kwachan area, and we also received the award from the Ministry of Environment this October. So with that experience, we have the images of the LiDAR across the Gyeonggi province to have the RE100 platform. So the base is a carbon sink map. On top of that, we have all the units like buildings and walls, around 9,000 for the Kwachan and 100,000 for the Pocheon. So once we have the carbon sink map, and then we add the emission map on top of that, and then we add the layer of the transportation to analyze the sink and the emission. Then we can say that a certain city has a plus 360 tons and some city has a minus 360. So whether to see the performance of the carbon neutrality, this map is very useful. So before the development of the local area, they will see the sink rate and the emission rate so that they can decide. So once they have an increasing trend, they can do the nature-based solution. But if it's not possible, they should go for the renewable energies. So I told you that we wanted to have a development project, but as a result, we moved forward so that we can assess the carbon neutrality of the city through the RE100 platform. And I've been working for these more than 10 years. So Dr. Kim An-soo in our research institute is talking about the calculation of the carbon in the next session. So compared to the international standard, we have like 1.4 times. But in order to fit the international standard, there is only one way. We have to write a paper in the SCI to receive the validation. So we are doing that together, parallelly. So the local governments are working so hard to make it possible, but I don't know whether the central government know about our effort or not. Some people worried about the capacity of the local area, but thanks to the development of technology, like image of the LiDARs, many things became possible with a little bit of effort. The more important thing is that with this map, we can decide the carbon neutral cities. And then we have to discuss again. So by decreasing the number of the population, maybe the number of the population in the Chungbuk area will increase. So whatever, forget about it. And the Gyeonggi province made the basic and the high quality information platform for the regional development, and through this, we will make the carbon neutral city. That's the dream of the Gyeonggi province, and we are making one step by step. So with that, we had the 5 panelists comments. They gave the various opinions and the comment. So we have some time, so we can open the floor for the questions. Do you have any question to the presenters or the panelists? Usually we don't have. If any? So none. Okay. Then let me hand over the microphone to the presenter. So listening to the panelists, you can add some comments or you can answer to the questions if you can. So it can be like a wrap-up comment. So can we move on to the Dr. Basanjaf first?
Thank you very much again for this opportunity to engage on our priorities on achieving carbon neutrality at the regional and sub-regional level. So specifically to the questions from Professor Kim Gi-yeon, the youth, how UN is engaging with the youth. So at the global level, certainly in the world, there's 1.3 billion young people. So 90% of them live in the developing countries, facing all sorts of challenges related to, for example, the climate change, from the health-related and educational and the job opportunities. So to hear the voices from the youth, so in September 2022, the United Nations established the office of the UN Youth Office, on top of the Secretary General's envoy on youth, who's been active since 2017. So that would facilitate at the global level the concerns and the interests, needs from the youth across the globe to address the concerns, how the global and regional and country level to implement first, of course, the SDGs to address the immediate and long-term and mid-term concerns. At the regional level, ESCAP, so through this Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, so every year we hold this, our flagship SDG forum. So we have a channel, the youth panels. So from the Asia Pacific, so we convene the youth representatives of the youth, also to facilitate the discussion addressing the issues the youth face in Asia and the Pacific. So at the sub-regional level, so we also hold this our SDG sub-regional SDG forum, convening also the representatives from civil society organizations, including youth representatives, to address the issues at the sub-regional level, how the youth tackling the immediate and long-term, mid-term, the needs in their countries, in their communities. So in our office level, so we successfully organized this year with Incheon Metropolitan City the youth education forum, and also we engaged with the Incheon City on the Global Citizenship Forum to educate the youth on the climate-related resilient life, culture among youth population. In terms of the technology, so UNESCOP runs the two offices. So one is also in Incheon, the Asia Pacific Center of Information Communication Technology Center for Training Center for Asia and the Pacific. And also in New Delhi, we have Asia Pacific Center for Technology Transfer of Technology. So it promotes both centers promote the transfer of environmentally friendly technologies for low carbon, climate resilient development. So last, the question was about the Korea. So Korea is the city at the city level, so of course, as the major powerhouse in Asia and the Pacific for green and technologies and to share with the rest of Asia and the Pacific. So I think both the government and the institutions, through the in collaboration with the international organizations, including UNESCAP. So we successfully addressing how the experience and the best practices, knowledge to be shared among Korean institutions and cities and communities with the rest of Asia and the Pacific. Thank you.
please.
Thank you again for this opportunity to discuss and debate carbon neutrality efforts, not just in Korea, but in other countries as well. I think it was Professor Kim who had some questions for me. So regarding the tourism damages in terms of solid waste and on the resources for agriculture products, for the tourism part and how it relates to how the country manages its solid waste, we have our local government units are required to have a 10-year solid waste management plan. So the LGUs submit that to the national government for review. And this year, we've already reviewed and finalized more than 90% of the LGU's plans. So that is how we essentially deal with solid waste management, particularly in tourism areas. I think you all know Boracay, Boracay Island, which is a primary tourist destination in the Philippines. We had a huge problem of solid waste management there, and in 2018, the national government decided to shut down Boracay for 6 months. So that was a huge decision for our government and particularly for the province, which includes the tourism island. But during that time, waste management facilities were fixed. And right now, the water supplier and wastewater supplier have been working very diligently because the shutdown obviously affected all the residents in Boracay. It's their livelihood. So it was a precedent for the national government to shut that down. And most residents and most local government units would not want the same to happen to them. So we're more closely monitoring the LGUs and how the solid waste management is carried out. In our country, we have the Solid Waste Management Act. This is the law that governs solid waste management. Recently, we have an Extended Producer Responsibility Act, which essentially amends some of the provisions of the previous law. And it's more strict now because before in the Solid Waste Management Act, the provision was all LGUs should have sanitary landfills. These days, for the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, the direction is towards circular economy. So most of the LGUs that we are talking to, we need to capacitate them on what the new Extended Producer Responsibility Act is all about. To your second question, Professor Kim, this is on the agriculture and on the agriculture side. All of our LGUs are, or most of our LGUs are focused on agriculture. It's the livelihood of majority of Filipinos, and like we were talking about during lunch earlier, there's coffee products also in the Philippines. What the LGUs are doing is pushing for smart agricultural practices and smart farming techniques and agricultural mechanization. The farming in the Philippines is not very mechanized. So last year, actually, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines were here in Korea for a study and benchmarking missions. We went to talk to government agricultural agencies of Korea with our embassy, of course, and we tried to learn the smart farming techniques, the smart innovation valley. I think we went there and were very impressed. So the leaders of local governments in the Philippines are quite aware of what's out there, the technologies out there, and we want to implement that in our country as well. I hope that answers your questions, ma'am. Thank you.
상세한
Thank you so much for your detailed answer and a wrap up. Lastly, Director Kataoka, please, can you wrap up your presentation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I hear the very good interventions from the Korean extended researchers, and then I feel that Japan and Korea has the same problem of the degradation of the population, also some economic recession. Then, I have some several questions, so I'll try to answer as much as possible. So for the forest management, and then forest management is kind of a big problem in Japan too. And then we have a very deteriorated forest, which causes the without proper management thinning, and then some forest owners doesn't want to spend the money to manage the forest, or some forest we do not know who is the owners. So local governments, it's very difficult to manage, try to address the forest management. So having said that, what Shimokawa did is for Shimokawa, I forgot the ratio, but most of them are owned by the national government, and then some of them are by the city owned, some of them, and the rest of them private sector. Private owners. And then what Shimokawa did is to have a more proper management. They buy a part of the private forest and then try to manage by themselves. And then they want to facilitate the good management of forest and utilize the forest sustainably with the leadership of the city government, town government. That is the story of Shimokawa. And for the technology transfer cooperation between Japan and Korea, it's kind of not my area, so maybe, but there's lots of opportunities, and also the maybe for the research institute and then the universities, maybe what we need to do is somehow create a platform to get together of the companies and then the engineers to get together. So, and then also the voluntary local reviews, and then I say, small and medium city towns has the same difficulties to conduct the climate actions, data gathering and the reporting to the national government. So and also the creating the plans against the climate change. So, and then the national government is identify the, difficulties. And then now our institute has conduct research on how to support such kind of small and medium local governments to plan and implement, and then so data management of the climate change. And then what we are doing is somehow intermediate kind of organization which support small and medium local governments, somehow roster of the experts, or sometimes do capacity developments, or they help them to planning. So now we are trying to find out the way to do that. And then for the secret of Shimokawa, and I say maybe we need some key persons who have energies to change the situation. In Shimokawa, there is the good persons there at the time of the voluntary local review conducted. And then, he always said, maybe it's not the time, it's time for change of the management of the town. It used to be local government lead and manage the city towns, but maybe the Shimokawa town is shrinking. Yeah, and then maybe local governments kind of power getting weaker, capacity is weaker. So maybe co-creation or co-management with citizens is very important. And the voluntary local review is a kind of a tool to make it happen, the first step of that kind of changes. So I think that kind of mindset very important to make changes at the local governments, which has somehow shrinking right now. And then honestly to say, there is lots of small local governments who are suffering from the lack of capacity in the budget, and the national government try to help them, but there's still a lot of problem there. But a good story is a good kind of the signs is the small town like Shimokawa has tried to manage, utilize their resources as much as possible, and also make the relationship with those who are outside of their boundaries. So it's difficult to increase the population, local population itself. So other than that, they want to have, we say kanke jinko. Kanke jinko is kind of the population which has a relation with that local governments. And then those who are kind of the support the local government outside of the boundary, or maybe they occasionally come to the town and then they spend the money there, or something like that. So maybe they want to make the towns attractive through the climate actions and sustainability. They value added the towns, through that actions, and then encourage people to come or support them. So that kind of the activities has been promoted in some cities. So that is somehow the stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 네, 이것으로 이렇게 정확하게 시간이
So with that, I think we can wrap up. But it was very punctual. As a moderator, I don't need to give you the reminder of time. You perfectly keep up with your time. So when we thought about the session A1, we wanted to invite the various people from the various area to talk about the locally led carbon neutrality and the implementation. So after this session, I believe that we fulfilled the purpose and intention to have this kind of discussion. So I'd like to thank you all for your wonderful answers and the comments from your experience and knowledge. It was rich and abundant. Now, with this, I'd like to conclude the session A-1, and we will have a 20-minute break, and then we will start this session A-2 from 4 to 4 o'clock. Sorry, 3:50. Then we will see you again at 3:50. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have 20-minute break until 3:50, as said by Dr. Kim. So make yourself comfortable and please be back in this room by 3:50. Thank you. We will now proceed to the second A session, which has a theme of international standardization of carbon neutral cities. The moderator of this session will be Dr. Jeong-seok Choi, who is a professor at the Jungbu University and also the president of Korea Environmental Policy and Administration Society. President Choi, please come to the podium. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Good
환경정책학회
afternoon.
최정석입니다.
I'm the president of
오늘
KEPA's
그
Choi Jong-seok. The afternoon session is quite unique because we have two international guest speakers who are not here, right? We have only one here, but they're not joining offline, but the first speaker sent a video message and the second speaker will be online. And we also have our panelists. So let's be brief and simple, and we will have a very nice session. We will supposed to end at 6 p.m. So let's try to wrap up by 6 p.m. So let's watch the video message first.
첫 번째 그 아마 키노트 스피커는
So the first keynote speaker is Mr. Bernard Gindros. He has worked a lot on many things, on climate change response or circular economy or smart city, sustainable development. So he has participated as a chair and leader in EU. So he's an expert in EU. So unfortunately, he cannot join us here, but I've received the video message. So let's watch his video and learn 5 insights. So it would be great if we can watch the video together. So let's watch the keynote speech video by Mr. Bernard.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and a great honor to contribute to this session with this keynote speech. I'm very sorry not to be able to be with you in person nor online, but I would like to express my full support to the event and its topic and aims. Achieving carbon neutrality could be regarded as humanity's most ultimate response to combat climate crisis. With a growing commitment to reducing carbon emissions, cities around the world are embarking on a journey towards carbon neutrality. In this context, the event Pioneering Carbon Neutral Cities, Local-Led Initiative and Global Strategies emerges as a crucial platform to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing. This international seminar, organized in partnership with experts from international organizations and 17 regional research institutes in the Republic of Korea, aims to tackle the urgent concerns related to initiatives for carbon neutral cities. The aim is ambitious, and the primary goal of this platform is to facilitate an open dialogue and exchanges of ideas among professionals, researchers, and policymakers. I would like to organize my keynote speech around 5 topics: the actual world context of our cities, relevant approach towards meeting carbon neutrality, the key role of local communities, the role of standardization, the cross-sectorial approach of the topics, and societal, technological, ecological cross-considerations. Concerning the first point about actual world context about cities, by 2050, the worldwide population is expected to be as large as 10 billion inhabitants. Keeping in mind that 80% of the population will live in cities, as well as cities being where 70% of the energy is consumed, where 75% of the waste is produced, and where 75% of the greenhouse gases are emitted, we can easily anticipate the key role of cities in contributing to a climate-neutral society. Fortunately, real technology advancements are bringing hope and solutions to solving our climate neutrality-related challenges. However, it also means that nothing will be possible without citizen engagement. This is not an easy task, and actions will need time. And this brings me to the second point, the relevant approach towards meeting carbon neutrality. Indeed, keeping in mind that agreeing on a strategy with carbon neutral targets will take at least a year, agreeing on roadmaps for meeting strategic targets will take at least another year. Defining and agreeing on an integrated planning through a holistic approach will take additional year or years. And implementing the action plans with infrastructures development will take several years. We will need in total a decade for such a major change that will set a new context with its infrastructures that will last for decades. We need to act now, and this is particularly true for ambitious targets such as moving to carbon neutrality, then to zero carbon society. Third point of my speech is about the key role of local communities. As already said, a carbon neutral society will be achievable only if local communities will lead the initiatives. We need to recognize the critical role of local communities and thus the engagement of local citizens. We will succeed through bottom-up and community-driven initiatives. The role of individuals are key. In this context, standardization will be a major factor in meeting the objective. And this is my fourth point. Keeping in mind that standardization development is based on best practices and success stories, and that people are trusting in standards thanks to the consensus-driven process that considers systematically economic, environmental, and societal well-being and improvement of well-being, we definitely need to reinforce engagement and boost the development of standards in support of meeting our ambitious global targets of carbon neutral society. This is also the responsibility of global standardization development organizations, and especially ISO Technical Committee 268, Sustainable Cities and Communities, that I represent as a chair. And this brings me to the fifth point of my speech, the cross-sectorial approach of the topic and societal, technological, ecological cross-considerations. Indeed, one of the specificities of smart and sustainable development of cities and communities, and especially in support of climate neutrality, lies in the essential need to consider the cross-sectorial context of a city, and not only in terms of immediate business opportunities, but rather in long-term perspective with priority consideration of social and societal evolutions and needs, ecological priorities, and integration of fast developing new technologies in support of facing the challenges. The cities that will pave the way to carbon neutrality are the ones where citizens will take part in a significant manner to local decision-making, as well as governance, and especially where politicians will engage into a long-term perspective that will go far beyond their political mandates. Moving to carbon neutrality is a long journey that will need ambitions, perseverance, engagement and commitment, as well as a strong conviction and will at local authority level among politicians and before all by citizens to be game changers. And standardization will be a driver, a booster, a support to replication and scaling up, essential for meeting carbon neutrality by 2050 as an urgent and major objective for us all, our future generation and the planet. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this great initiative of today's event in support of boosting action towards meeting our Paris Agreement objectives, but before all, to ensure our next generations reach biodiversity on Earth and the whole planet a future, a sustainable future. I wish you all a fruitful and constructive meeting, and I look forward to its outcomes and to future new proposal to standardization bodies. Thank you very much, dear chairs, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
네, 이번에는 두 번째
Next,
모니카 헤더 홍지훈 박사님.
let me invite
홍지훈 박사님.
Ji-yoon Song from the KEI.
대부분 뭐다 잘 아시는
You must know her very well. She is a research specialist in the KEI. She is expert of the carbon neutrality. So she will give us the great insight and food for thought. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Ji-yoon Song. I'm a research specialist at Korea Environment Institute. And now I would like to present our new working item proposal to ISO TC 268, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities. And this NWIP was proposed to KEG meeting last October. And the title of this proposal was Indicators for Carbon Neutral Cities. So I would like to share these documents and our proposal, and I would like to have these fruitful discussions after my presentation. So ISO standards play significant roles in contributing to UN SDGs, which address significant global issues by 2030. This is because achieving the UN SDG and as well as having these ISO standards share these common goals. And so in this regard, 22,000 international standards were prepared to help governments, industry, and all the other countries contribute to achievement of the SDG. And so there are many ISO technical committees that deal with various fields of international documents. And among them, we are looking at ISO TC 268, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities. The goal of this ISO TC 268 is to help all cities and communities become more sustainable, which is also the goal of SDG 11. It has been working on various publications of ISO standards, including ISO 37101, 37120, 122, 123, and so on. So the TC 268's main tasks and publications focus mainly on SDG 11, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities. But what should ISO TC 268 do more? It should integrate climate change considerations into its standards. There are already evidences and activities that advocate the idea of integrating climate change into its standard. And there are several examples for this. So first, ISO Technical Management Board's TMB's resolutions state in 2023 states the climate change coordinating committee mandates and its overall objectives. So the ISO TMB is responsible for the organizations and coordination, strategic planning, and all these rules of procedures for the technical work of ISO, the whole ISO. So the action to integrate climate change into ISO standards is the core activity in ISO now and should be taken into consideration seriously. Another example is ISSCC, the International Smart Sustainable City Club. It also supports the development of the new ISO TC 268 standards on carbon neutrality. And in this context, we also have the ISO 37120 series standards. They deal with the issues of environment and climate change, as this theme is one of the indicators of in ISO 37120 series. However, carbon neutrality is specifically has been taken as a goal for organizations and countries and cities to strive to contribute to a goal, a global efforts responding to climate change. It should be separately taken as another core theme. So as you may already know, cities are responsible for like 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and by 2050, nearly 70% of the population will live in cities. So the increased climate change impact will affect the quality of life and in cities and communities. But already many cities are now committed to take actions to climate action. And let me introduce 3 predominant campaigns and activities that promote climate actions. First, a growing number of cities, they have been committed to join so-called Race to Zero campaign run by the United Nations. Here you can see a growing number of cities, companies, and institutions that join the Race to Zero campaign. And you can see in 2022, around 1,000 cities joined this action. And second, you may know Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance. They consist of 21 cities, and where are leading global cities to achieve carbon neutrality in the next 10 to 20 years. And third, C40 cities now connects more than 80 cities. So now we know that there are many cities that where are committed to climate actions, and also we have various solutions for carbon neutrality. And for example, World Economic Forum, they published Net Zero Carbon Cities Framework and 300 solutions with best practices. And also there are solutions from EU's 100 climate neutral cities. But is this enough for achieving carbon neutrality? Let's see the diagram here in the slide. So there are solutions for carbon neutral cities, and these solutions will be applied to the cities, right? And the applied solutions will be assessed so that these cities can develop their own strategies. But here we need indicators for assessment of performances. And at this stage, we need ISO standards to have rational and right indicators for this assessment of performance. So what kind of activities are there in this regard? We have, you may heard of this GHG protocol, greenhouse gas protocol, and which is commonly used as a standard for accounting greenhouse gas emission. And it identifies, explains, and provides options for greenhouse gas inventory with best practices. And corresponding to this GHG protocol, ISO published ISO 14064-1. They provide minimum standards for compliance with best practices. And there are related ISO standards. You can see in the middle of the slide. And now we are looking at GHG protocol for cities, which is published in 2021. It's an accounting and reporting standard, particularly for cities. So there is a gap here. We also need standardizations for cities to set baselines and strategic targets for carbon neutrality through indicators. But there is no ISO standard in this regard. So we are aware of that we need indicators for assessment of performances, and we found gap. But why ISO TC 268? A city's capacity to achieve carbon neutrality is fundamental in building sustainable cities and communities. And ISO TC 268 deals with standardizations in the field of sustainable cities and communities. And more importantly, it has great opportunities to provide indicators for carbon neutral cities. And here we found main area of ICTC 268. You can see smart cities, resilient cities, and ESG in the ISO TC 268 area. And we have noticed that there are some relevant indicators for carbon neutral cities in this series, ISO series. So we would like to add more detailed and specific new indicators for carbon neutral cities. And Republic of Korea has already shown some performances in this activity. So for example, we hosted Smart Green City International Standardization Forum, and we have also been actively communicating with Korea Standards Association and Mirror Committee of TC 268. And also one of the main primary activities in this aspect is presentation and participations in Asia Standardization Forum for Smart City. Also, we have experiences related to this topic. For example, you may have heard of Busan Eco Delta City. They developed KPIs for the city, and also we prepared PWI draft of indicators for carbon neutral cities. So also, as I said, we presented this PWI in a KEG meeting last October and attended ISO TC 268 plenary meetings 2 times. Now, so let me move on to gap analysis of relevant ISO standards. We analyzed main documents, relevant documents, including IWA 42 and ISO 37120 series, and also GHG protocol for cities. So first, IWA, which is International Workshop Agreement 42. It is very relevant topic. It's a net zero guidelines, and it pursues to support all organizations and to develop policies, frameworks, and standards, or other initiatives on net zero. So this is very relevant, but it's general for all territorial approaches and not very specific for citywide. So it does not include a specified set of indicators by sectors. Next, let's look at ISO 37120 series. 37120 is Sustainable Cities and Communities Indicators for City Services and Quality of Life. And 37120 is Indicators for Smart City. And 37123 is Indicators for Resilient Cities. So these set of standards specify and establish definitions and methodologies for a set of indicators for smart cities or resilient cities. And they focus on measuring performances of city service and quality of life with indicators. And as I said before, they include the theme of environment and climate change, but it deals with different aspects of carbon neutrality. So we want to propose different independent document. Also, GHG protocol for cities provides a framework for accounting and reporting citywide greenhouse gas emissions. But it doesn't include themes or sectors needed to strengthen the capacity of cities to achieve carbon neutralities. So as this gap analysis indicated, new indicators are needed to assess the capacities of cities to achieve carbon neutrality. Thus, we would like to propose our NWIP. So based on this background and gap analysis, we would like to, our proposal's title is Indicators for Carbon Neutral Cities. So one of the significant tasks for this is to set the scope. So the scope of this new proposal is to provide performance indicators for each sector in cities to help improve their capacities to achieve carbon neutrality, and also to define a profile composed of carbon neutrality supporting indicators from ISO 37120, 122, 123, and 125 standards. And this NWIP will be in line with this ISO series. And indicators in this document will guide and support cities by improving their capacities with primary sectors of carbon neutral cities, including carbon sinks, buildings, waste, and water, energy, transportation, governance and program, spatial planning, and climate change. So this proposed item will complement to ISO 37123 by dealing with performance indicators to help achieve a net zero carbon footprint through balancing carbon emissions with carbon removal and or offsetting activities, and also add to performance indicators for smartness, resilience, and ESGs. So we propose this hierarchy of our document under this 37120, but parallel to 122, 123, and 125. So there are many stakeholders. They might have benefits from our international our proposal. First, industry might have benefits because it will encourage to use these indicators to assess their performances, and also international organizations can have these indicators to compare different cities to monitor their performances. And governments also have these indicators and have learned from other cases. And citizens can raise their awareness by learning from this set of indicators, and academia also can monitor the trend of carbon neutral performances of the cities, and NGOs also can have benefits. So we have this set of stakeholders. They might have benefits from our work, we expect. And this is our proposed titles and chapters. So chapter 1 will be it will identify indicators and define a profile that are related for carbon neutral cities from existing ISO 37120 series standards. And chapter 2 will be new indicators that promote carbon neutrality. And we also have this working plan. I will skip this. And also we proposed this work plan in our proposal, and this is now under the ballot process in ISO. And thank you very much for listening my presentation, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
네, 송지훈 박사님 감사합니다. 조금 전에 우리
Thank you, Dr. Song, for your presentation. We had Mr. Bernard, who had talked about some basic things, but Professor Song mentioned about the in-depth details of ISO. So right now, I think I have like a headache. So many thoughts in my head right now. I think you are all experts, so you all get this well. So the details can be discussed at the debate, and we can talk more. The third speaker, we have Ms. Monica Hayder. Are you connected? Do we have her?
Hi, Monica Haida.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much. I can hear you well. I would need to be able to share my screen. I would.
Hey. I'm not sure my pronunciation is right. Hey, Haida.
Yes, it is right.
Okay,
Monica
okay,
Hayder.
yeah. And, we are very pleased to meet you and listen to your keynote speaks. We can get lots of takeaways from your speech. Then we are now looking forward to your speech. Please, we are ready. Then you can get started. I think you can have 25, 30 minutes. Take time to speech for free, actually. Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I would be happy to start my presentation. However, I cannot share my screen at the moment. The host needs to give me the rights to share my presentation. I don't have the rights yet. Yes, thank you very much. Now I have the rights. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the possibility to speak today at this esteemed conference. It's really an honor to present the view of ICLAI on standardization, how it can play a vital role for cities and communities to achieve climate neutrality. I will start by giving an introduction in general to the urgency for cities and communities to become climate neutral and the different crises they face, how ICLAI can support in this process, and what role we think standards can play. By doing this, I will dive into a bit the perspective that has been briefly introduced by my former speaker, using Mrs. Song. Going from there, I will try to define some requirements that we see are necessary to be met for cities and communities to be a vital part in this standardization work, because we think they are an important stakeholder to be had at the table. So I'm looking forward to do this. I would like to add as well a bit about my background. So I'm senior expert of green and digital transformation at ICLAI Europe. We are the European Secretariat of this international organization that has members across the world. I'm as well the chair of the German Mirror Committee that is mirroring the work on the ISO Committee 268, as well as its sister committee, CENTEC 465. Both are working on sustainable cities and communities. As well, I'm expert in the Senelec ETSI Sector Forum for Smart and Sustainable Cities and Communities, and here particularly working in the task force around local digital twins. As we all know, cities are facing a global crisis. There are different angles to that. There's the climate crisis, there's economic crisis, there's energy crisis, but as well the pandemic that was particularly severe for cities and communities as well. And we think that ICLAI is in a good position actually to help achieve or to diminish these crises and help achieve a sustainable future for cities and communities. We are representing 2,500 local and regional governments across the world in 125 countries. We think that through addressing particularly the topics of low emission development, of nature-based solution, as well as equity, people-centered development, resilient development, as well as circularity, we can strengthen the community so that they are ready to face these crises, but as well come out better and stronger. We are particularly doing this by a project focus, so we try to focus really on this implementation on the ground. By doing this, we are also in a network of other initiatives. So we have initiatives that we are leading that are on a sectorial basis, for example, such as the city food, circularity, sustainable mobility, that pay into this goal of becoming climate neutral for cities and communities. But as well, we bring in the angle of finance. As well, we are partnering up with other global organizations such as the CDP, the Resilient City Network, but as well the Global Government of Mayors for Climate and Energy. We are as well partner in the mentioned Race to Zero, as well as the Race to Resilience. And we currently hosted as well the pavilion for local and regional governments at the COP28. So we are really honored to have this role here. To bring in, so in all these initiatives and activities, there's knowledge being created. And we think it's really important that this knowledge is brought not only to the ground, but also shared in a wider perspective. As ICLEI, we are aiming for a successful implementation of the Paris Agreement, because we think that based on this really fundamental agreement, we can achieve our big aims that we did set. We see that cities and communities are playing a crucial role and are in the center of these developments, and therefore we call for action, but we call as well for them to be heard and be at the table. We think that knowledge, as I said before, is vital to this process. We think that there needs to be a valorization of this knowledge. There are needs being identified on the local level that can help us shape the development of technologies and solutions. And we can do that particularly well as well through standardization. So standardization can take up the needs, address them, and bring something into the market that is of use for the cities and communities, but provide a society. So coming from needs to the market, standardization can be a strong knowledge valorization mechanism. This has been taken particularly as well for climate neutrality, because there are so many local actions, local needs that are being identified every time. The International Standardization Organization, as I said before, identified this topic of climate neutrality as well as one of the central pieces of their work, and committed to action to achieve climate neutrality in a wider perspective. And that was done in 2021. In 2022, the net zero guidelines followed just before the COP, or they were actually, I think, published at the COP. So, and this net zero guidelines was as well established in a wider stakeholder process, since it's an international workshop agreement. It's not a norm, but a standard that can be shaped and further developed in the future. And we think as well here, the voice of cities and communities needs to be strongly integrated. However, this builds a nice baseline for activities that are happening and taking place on international level. When we take a look at the European level as well, in 2022, there has been a significant document being published, and that is the European Standardization Strategy. The European Standardization Strategy tries to foster, assert the role of Europe in a global market. It, however, underlines the need strongly about a global about standards that are supporting resilient green and digital transformation. So that these three elements are vital to become an interesting combination. And the strategy as well underlines climate neutrality strongly in the text. So this is the document that shapes on a European level a lot of activities that are going to happen around standardization. And we see as well another perspective being brought in by the European Court of Auditors. The European Court of Auditors did review recently the research and innovation programs being launched by the Commission, the European Commission, and underlined that there's a need for replication to enable all cities to become smarter and greener in the future. And we see, as again here, a strong link to what standardization can bring into this. And when we dig even further, what is the next level that we could look at? And there's the mission, the European mission for 100 climate neutral and smart cities and communities, which is represented by Net Zero Cities, which is the project supporting these cities, and it's can be called as the mission platform. Here, a lot of knowledge is being created, solutions are being defined and designed. So this knowledge is a vital source for further developments and further replicability. And it's also a source which we could tap into or should tap into when we think about standards and standardization needs. I just briefly going to show you here the cities. They are all across Europe. It's actually not only 100, but 112 cities. There were so many good applications that the Commission decided to go beyond their threshold of 100. In total, there were 300, nearly 400 applications, so 374. And the first cities did succeed in publishing their first climate contract. So to give you a bit insights about what the mission means, the mission is trying to establish a mission mindset that brings together different stakeholders, such as we need, for example, in standardization, we need different stakeholders. The mission tries to do that as well, bringing together academia, industry, as well as cities, communities, citizens, to achieve a moonshot mission, so to say, trying to achieve something that is maybe seems to be not attainable, but can be attained if we all join forces and work together. So the mission really is an important activity that tries really together knowledge, experts, and the community around it. Different activities are being put into place about mobility, industry, construction, and so on and so forth. As I said, it's a moonshot mission. It's really ambitious and on the run to achieve their goal to 2030. An important ingredient in this are the processes and the plans that need to be accomplished. And a vital instrument in that is, again, the Climate City contract, which you see here at the lower, which you see on the next slide, but here on the lower part in green. And it is about commitment, action plan, and investment plan. And the first CCCs have been published. 10 cities, I think, have been awarded. The next cohort of cities is going to be announced soon. And they have an approved commitment. They have an approved action plan. They have an approved investment plan. So what is this about? It's just quickly depicting, I don't want to go into detail, but the commitment tries to develop a pathway towards accountability and transparency, while the action plan steers the implementation, giving as well indicators of the achievement. So as we did here now in the proposal before. And the investment plan tries to give an effective implementation strategy and tries to see how the support can be found to achieve the high ambition targets. The mission is in generally building as well on existing resources such as the CDP ICLAI track, which is a questionnaire published and shared with several thousand cities worldwide. And as well the Covenant of Mayors, which has as well a climate neutrality repository. And these are mechanisms that are taken up in the mission, but the mission themselves are as well developing KPIs. So there is knowledge, there are solutions being created, but still there might be gaps. And we think as well that standards, so ICLAI thinks that standards can be a vital piece in adding to these gaps, but as well, so they can be recipient, but as well of knowledge. They can get in, so gaps can be filled with the knowledge from the mission, from these activities. On the other hand side, these activities can be supported by the international standards. However, as we did see before, there are a lot of different technical committees, there are a lot of different standards. And then there's an added difficulty about what are they targeting. And we see that, for example, the ISO 14068, which has just been recently published, has the title of carbon neutrality, while the before mentioned ISO International Workshop Agreement 42 calls itself a net zero guidance. So where are these differences? What does that signify? I'm going to come to that a bit later, but it's really interesting to take into consideration as somebody who is not familiar with standards. Cities and communities are normally not so familiar with standards. How should they navigate this? How should they find the right standards for them? How should they then apply these standards that are often written in a particular way? So we need to be conscious about these questions as standardizers. There are based on the interest of ISO to establish themselves as an organization, giving a contribution to tackle climate change. There are several projects now coming up as well. So there's a recent proposal being shared in the ISO committee 268 for sustainable cities and communities, where use cases are being defined. And then there's going to be the new proposal being just now being voted on the indicators. And here we have carbon neutrality in both. We have net zero carbon and so on and so forth. So there is this terminology to be seen. As I said, there are differences, not only in the title, but as well in what is inside. So I'm only briefly touching on this, not going into detail, but on the and I'm basing my slide here on the work of the colleague Gierig that presented this beginning of this year. So the carbon neutrality in ISO 14068 will take into consideration as well the carbon credits, when we take and the abatable greenhouse gas emissions, while it seems that the net zero ISO IWA 42 does not. And sorry for a typo here, but I'm going to rectify that later. There is this difficulty as well. So how can we then compare the different achievements? And in addition, the 40,068 looks at organizations, while the net zero IWA 42 is looking at territories. So how can they be brought together? Then taking a look into the document in the 40,068, we see that here, even though they are called carbon neutral, they say that they are equal to the IPCC definition for greenhouse gas neutrality. And then we need to have the question about, okay, where does then come in here the climate neutrality discussion? So as part of my closing, I wanted to tap into the difficulties that might be there and define some requirements for cities and communities, so that standardization might really help them. And I think one first step is to make them part and become a player and stakeholder in standardization and be in the discussions around the table, because they are the ones implementing. They know the difficulties, but they know as well their own needs. And for this, there might be 3, but maybe more headlines. I started out with 3. The first one is affordability. So the funding to continuous funding to support the city's engagement. They have their daily work. Standardization is an add-on. How can they contribute, and contribution often means as well costs. So a support by governments or other bodies needs to be encouraged. Hybrid meetings, we did see increase the participation of cities and communities because they didn't need to travel. Then the reduction of costs for public authorities to become member is also vital, we think. Regarding the accessibility, so accessibility here is in a wider perspective meant. I think that I tried to tap into these difficulties, and I think some in the audience might have as well the difficulty to follow along with all this abbreviation, with these technical terms. And then again, with the wide horizon that is there, that is ISO, with all the different technical committees and the different work that is done. So we, as ICLE, think there is a need to reduce redundancies and overlaps. A lot of technical committees are working more or less on the same topic, but how can we make sure that when we are looking into a standard, that it's really meeting our needs as city or community? Then there needs to be a better navigatability of this complex landscape, a possibility to tap into this work, come in at certain points of time, and then kind of get out of the process again for cities and communities, so that they don't need to follow along all the time. So a certain agility in the working needs to be accomplished as well, or integrated. And in general, there's a need for capacity building around what standardization means for cities and communities, and so that they know what role they can actually play and how the role can be achieved, but as well how they understand standardization better and become a player in this game. Then there's the third angle to it. It's the implementation perspective, I think, that is necessary to consider. We have the standards, but how do we bring them into the implementation? And often the documents are written in a really technical kind of way with a certain logic in it. And it's hard to then put them directly in an implementation. So we think reference implementations could be a good way forward. Particularly, we see that for digital solution standards, but still, I think that can be as well achieved for others. So that there is always this, how do we implement it in the end, being considered. Yes, and therefore as well a call for the governments to develop possibly implementation guidances and case studies, how that can be done. So they should maybe not do it themselves, but support these developments better, so that cities and communities can really learn and exchange here and learn from each other. Because we think that really the main thing about is learning, sharing knowledge. And this is the really important piece about standards. Standards bring together so much knowledge. They can be the angle for replication. They can be the angle for knowledge sharing, and therefore we think it's a good instrument that can be so vital in achieving the goals that are set on a global level. Therefore, we really urge everyone to take part in standardization, give in their voice. And I want to use here a citation from my colleague Tanja Kriens from the city of Cologne, who thinks that it's really necessary to break the silos in cities and communities, and that knowledge sharing is the way forward to this. this is the way forward as well for facing our to face our global crisis and to become more resilient and prepared. And ICLE is really happy to be part of this discussion today. We are prepared to support cities and communities worldwide. Happy if you reach out to us, and if you have interest in further discussions, I'm really happy to discuss with you about standards and their role for cities and communities, because for me it's really an important topic. It's an important topic for cities and communities to share their knowledge as well. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very
헤이더 씨.
much,
자,
Ms.
우리
Monica
제가 보니까
Hayter.
첫 번째
So
발표하신 분하고
the first
두 번째
presenter
손 박사님
and the second presenter, and in between the first and the second, I think the third presentation by Monica was actually in there. So I think what Ms. Hayter mentioned was related to the standardization, and I think that was an important guidance that you provided to us. I think the experts, you have a lot of thoughts in your head right now and opinions. I was not able to introduce Ms. Hayter, but she's an expert in many fields. She's working on standardization at ECLE, Europe, and she's present in European countries. So for standardization and ISO in Korea, I think she can be a great help to us. So thank you so much for your keynote speech. So let's welcome the speakers for the discussion. The first presenter, Mr. Bernard, is not here, but Ms. Song and Ms. Monica Hayter, let's join the discussion together. Let's all please come up to the table. So first, let me introduce the panelists for the discussion here today. I only have the book here for today's event. So I'm going to read off the leaflet. So we have Professor or Dr. Moon Chung Nam. We have Mr. Park Jung-hyuk from K-Water, and we also have Mr. Kim Jun-ho from the Ministry of Environment, and we have Professor Lee Sang-ho from Hanbad University, and we have Mr. Kim Yong-un. So we have 5 panelists, and we just need to wrap up by 6 p.m. So all the panelists here, you can just use up the time and discuss. We have Dr. Song and Ms. Hayter, and we're going to have like questions and answers between 2 speakers. So I don't think it's going to take a lot of time. But before we freely discuss, can I just point out the first speaker? So Director Park from K-Water, can you start? So we can take turns after Mr. Park. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Park Jung-hyuk, and I'm from K-Water.
사실 제가 앞서 발표했던 우리 송 박사님하고 같이
I actually am in charge of the research with Dr. Song, so I'm not going to say a lot because you may think that I'm in favor of her, so I'm just going to try to be neutral. So I'll try to be talking about something else.
우리 세션 시작에 앞서서
Before we start the session, we have Professor Choi, the moderator for today's session, and he said that this session is quite unique. I think that this is very good. Well, we're discussing carbon neutrality and, well, traveling all the way from Europe. Maybe. I mean, it's good, but still, this is a very good way because we're talking about carbon neutrality. And this is a carbon neutral session that we have right now. So I think this is quite great.
저희가 사실 뭐 이상호 교수님이나 많은
Well, we have Professor Lee and we have all the experts here.
우리나라가 이 도시계획을
But
도시를
Korea, while we're developing,
도시에 관한 부분을 우리가 한번 진지하게 고민했던
I
적이
think
많지
we didn't put a lot of thought into developing the milestone for Korea because recently I think I've seen the news
탄소중립을 실현하기 위한
to realize carbon neutrality. There is no navigation for carbon neutrality, and setting or making the navigation is important. So carbon neutrality, maybe it's like going in like going through like a mist we cannot see. It's going through a fog. So the KPI that we're discussing right now in this session, maybe it's something. It can act as a navigation where we have to travel through somewhere we have never been before. So I think it's quite meaningful.
이런 부분들이 조금 더 일찍, 조금 더 진지하게 또 많은 스테이크홀더들이 모여서
We have many stakeholders, and I think it would have been great if we had this kind of discussions earlier. Recently, net zero city and carbon neutrality city were the topics. We have Professor Carlos Moranos. We also has like new urbanism mentioned by Peter, and I think that has not been tried yet. So what I want to say today, I don't have many, but first of all, I want to share that we're pioneering towards something, but we need to put some thought because we have never been to this path before. And I was thinking about like pioneering through this unseen pathway, and setting the KPI is really difficult. So based on the existing knowledge or experience, I think carbon neutral city or smart city or smart eco city, those, I think it's going to be very difficult to actually establish those. But I have this mindset. I'm thinking of the end users and the professionals, and I think we all need courage to have tolerance in achieving this goal. That was the first thing that I wanted to say. And I also do agree with what Mr. Bernard said. So the second point is related to that. So what Korea is leading, the central government has a lot of driving force in promoting many of the things that we're doing in Korea, but that's where the problem comes. For instance, let's say that we have this water facility that works well in Seoul City, but we cannot apply the same thing in Busan City. So we cannot apply the same things in different cities. It doesn't work like that. Those mechanisms should be different. And Busan has this bus routes in the center, and we have the regional context and regional conditions. but we cannot apply the same thing to all. So this is what the local community has to do.
다만 그렇게 너무 그 지역적으로
But
쪽으로 좀 많이 우리가 생각하는 카본 뉴트럴 넷제로가 확산되기 시작하면은
if we can achieve carbon neutrality or net zero in many cities,
그래서 비늘어 의장께서 정확히 얘기하셨지만
it may be hard to apply different things to cities. So I think standardization is needed and the common approach is needed. So KPI should also consider regional context.
그리고 세 번째로는
And third,
우리가 4차 산업혁명 기술에 대한
so I think we should also think more about the fourth industrial revolution. In the previous session, I was listening to the presentations, and so iClay, so where Miss Monica Hayter is, so that's why we have invited her. iClay has the framework, the platform, and those. I think there is potential for collaboration in terms of using that platform. And also, digital twin and the platforms in the 4RR should be considered when trying to set up carbon neutral cities. We are pioneering and testing something that we have never done before. So a policy or the projects are related to the livelihoods of the citizens. So we have to be very careful in trying to try some things. We have to think of the opportunity cost. And what we are trying to do is very much related to the livelihood of the citizens. I'm in K-Water, so we have to do flood management, and we have to do a lot of simulations when trying to look at the water resources and the.
제가 이제 사실은 저도 도시를 계획하고 운영하고 있지만 도시 개발을 할 때
So we do a lot of simulations when the water is released. So we have to have the tools. And I think maybe we can leverage the digital twin platforms that we have. And lastly, carbon neutrality together with the Urban City Index, with the data from a specific time point. I mean, we cannot just measure an city index with some time point. Carbon emission, I think there's a big buffer. Like there's a min and max. So there's a big gap. So we don't know whether we should take the average or the mean value. So we should be able to consecutively monitor the levels. And of course, in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to, when setting the inventory, we need the quantitative data and also in-depth data. So we need big data and also fake data for carbon neutrality. So we should actually consider fake data as well, plus big data. So I think this should be it for my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you don't, I think you don't have any question to the presenter. Next, let me invite the Mr. Jinho Kim from the Ministry of the Environment. Please give us the insight about the policy in terms of actual policy making. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jun-hye from the Ministry of the Environment for the Green Transition. We had the Smart Green City and the Carbon Neutral City project, and now our project is the Carbon Neutral Cities under the basic law of the carbon neutrality. But this is just a pilot project rather than a main project, so now we are getting prepared for that. So in the process of this preparation, we had a lot of concerns and controversy because no matter how good the policy is, we had to have the performance and results. But when we put the budget into our carbon neutral project, can we get enough results from the investment we made? So according to the presentation of KEI, they are developing the indicators to measure the performance. So if that is developed well, it will be greatly helpful for us, the policymakers, to use. And when we do the projects of the carbon neutrality and the climate neutrality, the entity of these projects are various. Stakeholders are various, like the private and public and communities. So we need to provide the guidelines for them to implement climate actions on their own. But we don't have enough guidelines, so we need to take a measure about it. And the third presenter, the Monica Heiders, talked about the EU's the climate neutral cities, and there were the many various cases. But it is just the concept, like that is good if we do it, but we don't have any assessed results or the performance assessment yet. So as the followers, we have a lot of thoughts that we can do better. So once the KPI is established with the limited resource of the budget, maybe we can more effectively come up with the policies and regulations for the carbon neutral city. So that's why we have a lot of high expectation about that. And another thing I'd like to make a request is standardization development. So the standardization is closely related to the performance indicators for the target of the carbon neutrality. But I believe that we have to have the interim assessment in the middle. Carbon neutrality is important, but the process to achieve the carbon neutrality will lead to the improvement of the quality of life and the benefits for the citizens. So we have to make a consideration about it and what kind of help we can get from this pathway to the carbon neutrality. So in that aspect, in the middle of in the way to going to our final goal, maybe if we have the interim assessment, it would be much better for us to understand where we are standing at. And we must have the planning and execution, implementation, and the assessment stage. For the assessment, I believe that the assessment for the carbon neutrality and the green transition is very important. But we need to have as a solution to integrate all the units of the implementation which are done in each local area. So if we can have the platform or the effort to integrate all the projects in each local area will be great, and that can be included into the key indicators too. And you said that you are developing standardizations. So next year, we plan to designate the pilot cities for the carbon neutrality. So if you can have a standardization, maybe we can apply that to the selection. So it would be the mutually beneficial for government and the research institute, I believe. Thank you very much. I believe that you have a lot of thoughts and concerns. Now let me invite Professor Sang-ho Lee from the Hanbad University. He is the renowned smart city expert. I believe that he has a lot of things to comment. Please go ahead. Hello everyone, nice to see you all. Today, we are talking about the KPI and the indicators for the carbon neutral cities and how to make these indicators and standardization. Before that, we have to understand our situation, like a digital transformation and the green transition. So we pursue the digital transformation harder, but we have two kinds of drives in our country, but those two are conflicting against each other. Digital transformation is based on the IT technologies, but also it uses a lot of energy. The more DX we have, the more energy we should use. And whether we use the carbon emitting energy source or not will be the very important factor. So digital transformation and the green transition is at the opposite side of the spectrum. But they are parallelly going together. So how can we harmonize them, or how can we find the contact of these two elements? Maybe we have a do's and the don'ts together. So maybe the capital market will see the digital transformation favorably, but not favorably the green transition. And maybe there will be huge objection from the low income and underdeveloped countries. So digital transformation and green transition should be harmonized together. And this is a very important issue, I believe. And this issue can be measured with the performance indicator. And that is very important. I think it is not just important in terms of the space, but in terms of also the sequence. So when we make the indicators or standards, initial model and the matured model should be different. And second, I'd like to tell you is that from the historical viewpoint, we transitioned from the agricultural society to the industrial era to make the industrial cities. But from the perspective of the green transition, the city with the heavy industry, like Changwon City in Korea, have the task of conducting the DX and the green transition together. or the vice versa, the agricultural city cannot
디지털 트랜스포메이션과 그린
deal with the digital transformation
어떤
easily.
형태의
So
도시 형태가 될 수는 없을 것 같아요.
maybe those type of the city is not
이두 가지의
fitting for
조합의
the respective the transition.
도시의 모형이
So
어떨 것일까라고 하는 것들이 어떻게
what
보면
is the conflicting the city models, and those kind of conflict should be reflected into the indicators. For example,
그린 트랜스포메이션의 입장에서 중요한 도시의 모습은 어떤 거냐면
the city in the grand transition should have a smaller width of the roadway. However, in the industrial city had the huge floor of the highway. But if we make the smart city, green city, maybe that the road for the cars should be shortened. That means the mobility is not done by the car, but by the cycle, bike, or the walking, which emit less carbon. So if we do it, how can we earn the productivity like the past? That would be a very difficult. So that would be an ideal green city. Maybe smart will contribute to this transition a lot because we try to get the service
일자리가 있는 곳을 가거나 혹은
and
가정을 가는데
visited the place where there is jobs. But in the digital era, the survey is coming in, not something we visited to find. So in order to make a smart and neutral, carbon neutral city, we have to find the contact point for the harmonization. So the smart green city sounds like a very idea to have the green together with the industrial productivity. Then what kind of the space model should be to realize that? So we had the less is more philosophy during the industrial era. A lot of people needed jobs and they wanted the machines and they wanted the factory in the city. However, now the service is networked. And now that we are having the Zoom meeting, she is not coming from the Europe. Just like this, the service is coming to us. So those kind of a green city model should be realized in the space structure, those kind of space. And we say that the computer network, compact and network. So this compact and network should be confirmed whether that is equipped in our country. So in terms of the network, we call it like a 15-minute city or the just 10-minute city in the smart green city. That means the schools and jobs are all within the walking distance. So what we proposed then for the Sanghi new town, 15 to 20% was cars, 15%, 20% of the cars for going to work. So if we decrease the commute, we can reduce the emission of the carbon. So if we have a just 10-minute city or the 13-minute city, we can use like bicycles or the walking. So all those kind of minutes cities should be realized in the idealized the structure with the indicators. So that's how we can make a livable city because more than 70% of the populations are living in the urban area. So the living indicators and the standards for the neutral city should be separated into the physical and the spatial. Ideally, KEI, Ferret-Glynn theory, and the Le Corbusier's the mass city theory was the basic pillar for the KEI. Then what is the proper city model for the smart green city? And what is the proper model for the carbon neutral city? We have to have a specific indicator for that. We already have a direction, which is a compact and network. But within the neighborhoods, it's like the n minute concept. So these concepts should be defined more specifically with indicators, and the Ministry of the Environment can make the pilot city based on these indicators to execute this actually.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Kim Jung-ho from ETRI. So I'm from ETRI, which is Electronics and Telecommunications Research Institute. My name is Kim Yong-un. So one of the topics today is standardization of the carbon neutrality indicator. And I'm not an expert on carbon neutrality, but for standardization, I've been in this field for 26 years. So I have 26 years of experience and research. So I do have some know-how on standardization. So I think I may be a little bit more intelligent on standardization than those of you who are not experienced. The beginning of the humanity, the first thing that the humans did is making standardization. So like, for instance, like length. Is it going to be 1 centimeter or 1 meter? And my 1 meter and your 1 meter should be the same. And 1 kilogram, and for me and you, it should be all the same in order to develop and the society. So the beginning of all the humanity was making the standard. So if you cannot measure, you cannot improve. This is a famous quote. So you need to be able to measure something in order to know how much something is, in order to improve. So you can be like, oh, we're this much, also we can be number 1, or maybe we're the last in the ranking. So you should be able to measure something in order to set the roadmap, what to do for next year and what to do for 5 years and 10 years. So for that, making the measurement and standardization is important. So in this regard, we have K-Water and KEI and many other institutes that are working towards carbon neutrality, and you have to be on the same page, and you have to actually be able to measure something so that you can communicate together. And trying to set the indicator, it's a really important goal. And I see that many people are putting efforts for standardization. And since last year, I'm not an expert in carbon neutrality, but I was able to join this event since last year, and I think I can help in trying to help you set the standards. Standard is usually centered towards technology, but actually standard is made up by human beings, not the technologies. So it means that the relationship between people and the exchanges of people, if it's not good, no matter how good the technology is or the idea is, it's not easy to make the standards. So one of the challenges that we have is, we have many people who have wanted to standardize, but many people are thinking of making the technical reports.
우리 편이 아닌 우리 아군이 함께 그
Our allies.
커뮤니티에 아군들이 있는 장소에 가서
I mean, if we go to our allies and if we suggest them to make the technical reports for the international standardization, it's good, but we don't have our allies there for talking about the technical reports. So maybe people are not so friendly towards setting up the international standard. But many people think that it's important, but it's relevant, but people cannot say like no to that. But I mean, people are confused about the technical report and the international standard. So technical reports are like for reference. Like you can either use it or not, but you can actually refer to that. There's no guidance, but international standards are different. You must do. So 1 kilometer is this. So international standard means like some sort of a measurement. So we set the standard. So for second, like a time second, like we set up the standard for the second or minutes. So it's all set. So people there were some comments saying, why not work on the technical reports? But people are saying that because of the relationship between people. But we need to have appropriate relationship and communication to set the international standard, not technical reports. But if you know standards well, maybe if you are aware of what standard is, you can take steps to make international standards. But that's why we have the international standard experts here. But if you're not sure of what international standard is, maybe you want to include some sort of guides in technical reports. But we can all work together and talk for trying to set up the international standard. So Professor Lee has mentioned the step-by-step measurement of performance. So we have to achieve some performance together step by step and try to share the performance. There are two approaches, I think. One is that what Professor Song mentioned was that there were some KPI related items. There are so many in ISO ICT 268. You cannot give like gold medals or silver medals. I mean, there were categories. And if you achieve 80% of something, you get the gold medal, and over 60% means silver medal, and 50% it's bronze medal. So maybe for the carbon neutrality indicators, I'm not sure how many KPIs we have. Maybe let's say that there's like 100 indicators. Maybe among the 100, for the indicators that takes a lot of time and efforts, maybe it can have like more weight. So for instance, like among 100 indicators, if you meet 30 or 50 or 100, let's say that there are some special ones that have higher weight. And then you can categorize into gold medal or silver medal or bronze medal. And we also have maturity model that's used in many industries. From like it's measured from level 1 to 5, and for each level, if you meet some sort of a requirement, like it's level 1 or level 2. So depending on the maturity level, you can. But these items have different weight probably, but we need to have consensus for giving different weight to each items or indicators. There's also self-assessment as well. So each cities, let's say that there's from level 1 to 5, and they can self-assess and they can be like, oh, we're level 2, we need more improvement, and next year we can try to achieve higher level, so they can have 3-year, 5-year plan. But there can be like self-assessment models that they can assess. So local governments can try to put more efforts, and so they can actually measure their own performance, not by others. Then the government can have, maybe the government can come up with the more stricter type of model that can give more credits to those local governments. Or if we cannot do that, local governments can actually do self-assessments so that they can try to improve. Or maybe the central government can provide that self-assessment so that they can assess themselves. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, lastly, Moon Chung-wan from the Daejeon Sejong Research Institute. Hello, everyone. I am Moon Chung-man from the Daejeon Sejong Research Institute, and I am in the Carbon Neutrality Support Center. So, established the plan for the Daejeon carbon neutrality. So I am in the opposite side of the Dr. Kim, because I don't know about the carbon neutrality city. So I was concerned what kind of information I can give, but we are now having a lot of thoughts how we can make the carbon neutral cities now. So from that perspective, I think I can give you some comments. We have the basic act for the carbon neutrality and established the plan this year. So under this law, the local government is establishing its own plan for the carbon neutrality. But there are some problems. National government try to reach the zero of the greenhouse gas emission. That is the base of the carbon neutrality. However, in the local area, this inventory is not correct. Greenhouse gas from a certain building is very vague, so that's why we are setting up the plan, and we will do the implementation later. So that's the problem. And the second problem is related with the standardization. Actually, net zero is impossible to achieve at the local level. And also, is that the carbon neutral city we try to make? So today we talk about a lot of carbon neutral cities like indicators and standards, but establishing a plan and implementation is more related. I believe that we need the more specific indicators for the city itself, not like carbon neutrality, because effort in the local area It's not about emission, but about the decrease of the reduction of the
오늘 이렇게
emission.
해주신 그런 표준화, 그러니까 아마 거기서 계속 만들어가실 지표들에 대해서 우리가 얼마만큼 다가가는지를
So that's the indicator how close we approach to the carbon neutrality through those indicators. And Dr. Song and I hope that those kind of research can develop further.
So thank you. We went around, but we didn't have any questions to the presenters. So if you do have any questions to the presenters, can you share?
제가 아까 사실은 그 말씀을 다 끝내진 않았는데.
I still have some comments, but you wanted me to turn off my microphone, so I had to, give up my chance to talk. But anyway, for setting the KPI, I'm on the same opinion as Dr. Song from KEI. So we're on the same view. But Professor Lee, you actually pointed out the same great point. For digital transformation and green transportation transformation, these are on opposite ends. And making something, I mean, we have to achieve something related to carbon neutrality city. But it's called like white swan. So same things are happening over and over again. In the past, what Bacon or Descartes has opinionated. Kant has also opinionated something, but I think KPI should be something that's needed for establishing smart cities and net zero cities. Director Kim Yong-un has been working on standardization for 26 years, but I'm only in this field for 2 years, so I may not have much experience. But if we have the data, we think that something can proceed well. But as Dr. Kim mentioned, it does not work like that. So if we cannot mingle all the things together, including data and stakeholders, we cannot put even one line in ISO. So for international standard, I think we've been caring less about it. So I think we should try to build more relationship and bond between people before setting the international standard. So carbon neutrality city planning, that I think we should actually be putting more thought into planning. Plans should be very practical, but we should have more visions for devising the plans. So people say that planning is really difficult. I mean, it's really difficult to plan something because smart eco-city, I mean, planning is beginning of everything. You have to plan first in order not to make the same mistake as the past. As Ms. Monica has mentioned, we have to break the silo. We need knowledge transfer. Lastly, I've been in charge of the smart city pilot, but in the previous administration, in this administration, we need a voluntary participation from the private sector. I've been working on Busan Smart Pilot City since 2018. But cities are not regarded as like projects. And also private sector does not regard cities as potential commercial environments. But I believe that cities are quite attractive, and private sectors can actually join, and they can act as a navigation in setting the direction for building more attractive city. So I think the first step is setting the KPI. That's it.
또 말씀 나누기 전에 지금
Before moving on,
헤이더 씨가 아주 애타게
I think the Monica Heather on the Zoom want to say something. So I will give you a say. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to reflect on some of the things said by the previous speakers. So, and I wanted to take up that point by Professor Lee, I think it was, if I'm right, about blending climate neutrality and smart cities. The program in Europe is as well meant to be at the junction of climate neutrality and smart cities. So it's really meant to be there. However, the focus at the moment is really strongly on the first part on climate neutrality and less on the smartness. So really bringing those two concepts together, we see here as well still some way to go forward. And I think that would be a good place as well for what Mr. Park said, focusing on collaboration. Where can we learn from each other? So where can Europe as well learn from Korea, which is really strongly advanced in this field? And while maybe there is already some head start in Europe with that mission running now for the second year, maybe there can be as well some lessons shared from this perspective. And I think that that would be a vital aspect, so that we look beyond our specific countries and fields in which we excel, and then learn from each other to bring that knowledge forward. And yes, and then there was the other point, I think it was mentioned about how to do standardization best. And I think that was really a good point done by the expert from the IT sector about what standards and which documents to be produced, and a request as well, as I understood it, for guidance alongside there. And I think that is really important as well to be considered. What is the perfect fit? Where does the standard come into and fit the best? Which document is the best document to be used and produced? And as I said in my talk as well, for me that links as well to a question about how can we improve the implementation, and how can governments and institutions support the implementation in a wider perspective. And I was really intrigued and would like to hear more about the plans and laws around the climate neutrality. So that is done by Korea, and because we did see as well in the current CDP ICLE track, where indicators for climate neutrality are being gathered, that I think it was Seoul region that achieved the A rating. So they are one of excelling in the global cohort as well with the other cities. But that was a big achievement as well for Korea, I think, to see here. And so I would be really interested in how that ties into the plans and laws that have been put into place in Korea for achieving climate neutrality. So thank you very much. I'm really curious person, so I was really intrigued by all your contributions and would be happy to learn more. Thank you.
So the Monica Heather made a comment, like a wrap-up comment. So Mr. Lee or the Mr. Kim, do you have any comments or the question to the Monica Heather? The smart city and the green city initiatives. If we think about that, the smart city is more led by the US and Korea for the high city. But Meanwhile, the Europes are taking the initiatives in the green city to add the smart into the green city. And the Horizon 2020, which combined together, they have, but we have a slightly different target and the characteristics. So as the third country, the smart and green should be properly mixed to improve the quality of life and to create the jobs, which can be globally benefited. So I think that would be the great direction to go. So the smart and the green is the two important pillars in the transformation. So the collaboration is very important. And European approach is more about the existing conventional cities. So there are not big the physical change. Meanwhile, in case of China and India, they are driving the force in the new cities. In the Europe, you have a medieval cities. So on top of those older cities, you are add the layers of the smart and the green. But the China and the India has a different approach and the target because they are building the totally new city. I believe that the garden city is a thing in the Europe. The green city is the model in the US. It has the different philosophy. In the Europe, the smaller is beautiful, and they are focusing on the sustainability. But the fairly green residential area is to try to make it bigger and faster. So the new city or the disrupting city is transition from the disconnection to the new setup and foundation. So I believe that the green transformation in Europe and Korea have differences. And so these two models should be merged to have the sustainability for the both model. The green can have a negative impact in the industry and the economy, or the smart, the people for the smart-oriented people, that they say that they will become the big game changer. So we need to find a consensus through the international collaboration or the platform. Smaller is more beautiful. At the same time, that we can have the sustainability together by merging these two models together.
I think I want to add on two more points. First was mentioned by Professor Lee. So he mentioned green transformation and digital transformation are on the opposite sides. So it's like it has a trade-off. If you look at the data from 10 years ago, the total greenhouse gas emissions is only about 2% out of all the industries. So it means that the RT industry is emitting less and very less emissions. But through this IT, we can have a more efficient way of work in many industries. However,
디지털화가 충분히 데이터 센터에서부터 또 많은 에너지 소비를 일으키기 때문에 일종의 리바운드 이펙트가 되겠죠.
so digitalization causes more emissions in the data center, so it's kind of like a circling around.
얼마만큼의 이게 리바운드 이펙트가
So how much rebound effect do we have? And I think we should measure the rebound effect of digitalization. So in 10 years, data from 10 years ago, it only takes about 2% of the total emissions, but now we're doing teleconferencing and we can have more meetings hybrid. So I guess it's like reducing carbon emissions. But for T-map, which is the Korean navigation, it measures the shortest route. It doesn't take in the real-time data, but it shows the shortest route in the navigation. But now, with the navigation, you look at the real-time data, and if there's heavy traffic, the navigation leads you to another route. So maybe we can try to save energy. So IT, it used to take 2% of the emissions, but IT is another efficient way to reduce emissions also in other industries. But there's also rebound effect. So like maybe we should try to validate, or we should try to measure. I think we should try to create the data. I think I was really motivated here today. That was one of the outcomes of today's event for me. And Mr. Park Jung-hyuk mentioned a digital twin. So scope 1 and scope 2 are quite simple. So it's really easy to implement. But for scope 3, the complexity and the diversity, there's a lot to care. And one effect can lead to another rebound effect. So scope 1, 2, 3 need to be organically linked in order to come up with a good solution. I think digital twin, you should try to visualize and you should do simulations to see. Because let's say that there's one problem. For navigations, there are like many different events that can lead to different results in the routes. There can be traffic congestion, so there can be other ways to go around. So maybe if we use digital twin, we can try to optimize. And that can be a really good way. So I really do agree with the digital twin. And to tell you something, digital twin, actually ETRI produced technical reports on digital twin. We had 70 pages in 3 years ago, but we've added more ideas and we've been updating the report, and now it's more than 330 pages. So I just wanted to promote what we were doing. So it's kind of like a Bible for digital twin. So I just wanted to kind of show off what ETRI has been doing. So that's characterization of digital twin. So you can go into Google and you can type in characterization of digital twin, and there's research gateway. There's the research document open source website, and you can actually search our publication. And this year we're going to add some more so that we can have 340 pages in that. So the concept, understanding technologies around digital twin. If you want to know more, you can actually refer to that technical report. It's going to be really helpful. So if you need it, well, you can use it for free. You can, yeah. Thank you.
So 2 more things now. If you have any questions or the comments, maybe we can do it, or we can ask the presenter to make a wrap-up comment. So whether the panelists or the participants or anyone who would like to make a comment. If not, I will ask the two speakers to make a wrap-up comment. So first, I will give the opportunity to the Monica Hyder, who is far away from us. So please go ahead, the wrapping final comments.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. It was really a pleasure for me to have the opportunity today to be part of this really interesting discussion and presenting the work of ICLEI in standardization, and starting off with you in a discussion and learning about what Korea is doing on standardization towards climate neutrality, as well as smart cities, as I understand. And I think as well that it is really important that in this time we try to blend these two approaches closer together, because they can really be of mutual benefit to each other. I was particularly intrigued to see that Korea integrates this activity around standardization in a general attempt towards climate neutrality on a national basis, or carbon neutrality in your case. And I'm really happy to see that, because we know from different discussions and different viewpoints that if the governments are not pushing the use and implementation of standards will possibly be something on a side in a shelf and only accessible for a certain type of stakeholders. But to enlarge the group of stakeholders making use of standards is really important for local governments as well, to be conscious about them, know about them, be able to implement them, but as well refer to them in their documents and requirements that they set out for industry and all the other partners. That would be it from my side. I'm really happy to have been part here. I'm looking forward to meet you in the next standardization forum and meetings as well, to further the discussion of climate neutrality, so that we can achieve the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Yes, I hope that we have a next opportunity.
네, 오늘 일단
And,
이렇게
Ms.
발표하고 좋은 토론해서
Thank you.
일단 이
And I'm so honored to be part of this discussion, and it will be great help for our standardization. And especially Dr. Park and Professor Lee talked about the green transformation and the digital transformation. And we need to find the contact points of two elements to make a consensus. So maybe I think I have to think about that more. And also Mr. Kim from the Ministry of Environment talked about the intermediate, like preliminary assessment on the way to achieving our goal. So next year, when the carbon neutral city is selected, you said that you can use the key indicators. So I have to develop further harder, I believe. And also Mr. Kim
기획하고 그다음에 ISO랑 같이
he was involved from the beginning stage when we had the ISO, and I think him as my mentor for the standardization. But he talked about the ISO expertise and also the relationship with the ISO people, and also he talked about the process for the ISO standardization. So I learned a lot. And also Dr. Moon from the Daejeon Sejong Research Institute talked about the expectation about the utilization of the indicators in the unit, so that those can be used for the local area. So I will think about that too. And lastly, but least, Ms. Monica Hyder talked about the utilization and the implementation.
어떻게 이행하는지가 가장 좀 중요할 것 같은데.
And I believe that those are the very important area. But I learned a lot from you, and you are working with us in the expert group, working group too. So I hope that we will have a further cooperation in the future. So thank you very much. We had the 3 experts and the 5 panelists together for the session A2, which was very successful. So through this successful discussion, I hope that all of you can earn the valuable insights and the takeaways. Thank you very much. I wish you a happy end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes 2023 Green Korea and Environmental Forum hosted by Korea Environmental Institute and Seoul Institute and co-organized by K-Water. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the attendees for joining us today. Thank you very much.